following content may contain strong language, controversial opinions, raw conversations, and high levels of accountability. This channel covers business, culture, economics, current events, and real-world commentary. If you're easily offended, this may not be the stream for you. Viewer discretion is advised.
Sweet.
What up? Come on and make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications, and need a commercial insurance. For your trucking business, there's a link and a phone number in the description below. Up for renewal, looking for a more affordable insurance solution for your trucking business. Link, phone number in the description below for Log Rock, partner of the channel. Come on in. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on all post notifications.
Sweet.
Today, Thursday, June 11th. And we're back in the building. What is this? This third episode, right? So cool. All right, shout out to It's D Walk representing the MGM Gang.
Sweet.
Shout out to CTR Resistance representing the MGM Gang. Shout out to David in the building. Shout out to Pippi representing the MGM Gang, representing the Moderator Gang in the building. Shout out to Frank Sinatra in the building. Shout out to Beats. Shout out to Wagman Nation in the building. What's going on? You said something yesterday, I think, in a comment or something. I think Wagman Nation said something in the comments yesterday that caught my attention. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. You know, we are going to leave that alone. Everybody has their viewpoint, right? My viewpoint isn't right or wrong, it's conflict resolution. I look at this situation as a teachable moment on how to prevent things like this from happening in the future. And no matter how many times I say it, not saying it to you, people just going to continue to look at things from an emotional standpoint. Not you, I'm just saying in general, because there's some things that I seen afterwards. There's something that I saw right now when I came on, because I don't be really checking for shit. You know, some of my favorite people text me yesterday, like I don't know. Some people just don't know when to leave well enough alone. Some people don't know how to read the room. Some people don't know that, you know, sometimes, like yesterday, it was just a situation, well, the past 2 days is just something when, you know, you would expect people to just leave well enough alone because there's a lot of tension going on. There's a lot of emotions running. And I think people are going to feel how they feel in that situation. Like I said yesterday, nobody won in that situation. But the situation could have been prevented. It could have been prevented from both sides. But I'm still keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. So, you know, your favorite people text me. I didn't see this until today when I actually logged in. You know who the favorite people is. Like they gotta watch. So the half-ass leader of the favorite people texted me wrong yesterday at 4 p.m. I guess as it pertains to Carmelo Anthony. So, you know, white people want to tell black people how to be black. You know what I'm saying? They just can't leave it. They'll tell you when you're wrong, but then they'll say a dark meat booger eater is not racist. You dig what I'm saying? They'll tell you a dark meat booger eater when a white person calls a black person a dark meat booger eater. They'll tell you that's not racist, but they're quick to tell you, they'll tell you that keeping your hands to yourself, when I tell a person, you know, a person should keep their hands to yourself, they'll tell you you're wrong for that. You dig what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. This shit is at an all-time high right now. All across the country. It's at an all-time high. Motherfuckers is real confident nowadays, you know. And I'm gonna leave that shit alone, bro. But yeah, so look, let's get back to the box truck content, right? Somebody called in yesterday and they wanted to have a conversation as it pertains to box trucking. I'm gonna open up the phone lines early. I'm gonna let you call in. We could talk box trucking if you want. Let's turn the phone lines on now. Prior to people calling in, I'll just do a little monologue. I don't really have a topic as it pertains to box trucking, but people keep asking me, man, Mark, we got questions. We want to get back to the box truck. When you gonna really get back to focusing on the box truck content? And to be honest with you, I'm being honest with you. I just think it got boring for me, right? Because I feel like I'm saying the same shit over and over and over again, and not just saying it over and over and over again, but saying it to people who are listening, who act like they want to gain information on how to win and be successful, but that shit goes one ear out the other. What I did was I transitioned from telling you this to actually showing you that. We've seen it with George, and we've seen it with some other people. We've seen people come up here and admit, yo, I didn't listen. You were right. Now I failed. I should have listened to you. So on and so forth. But, we'll give it another crack at it and see where it goes. But the phone number's up. People that called up that want to talk box trucking, you can call in, talk box trucking. But while we're waiting to get some calls, we can do a monologue. But we could start with a comment that I saw come up today in an older video. I want to make sure the person didn't delete it, because I did respond to the comment and say, you know what? We'll have a conversation about this comment, this ignorant comment on today's show. So let's see. I just want to make sure it's still here. I got to pull it up. They probably deleted it. Give me a second. Oh, no, they didn't. Here it is. Here it is. Hey, everybody, welcome. Let's pull it up here. You know, I love pulling out ignorant comments. I love this shit. This is the highlight of the show. All right, so while we're waiting for people to call in, we're going to just start reacting to some shit. The like button, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. Let me make sure I finish the roll call. It's D-Walt, David. Shout out to Michael Robinson representing the MGM Gang. Shout out to DJ. Shout out to all right, boom. All right, so let's get into it. The phone number is on the screen. You want my attention, the number is on the screen. All right, so let's get into this comment right here. This came up on a video that came out a year ago. Why now is the best time to start a cargo van business? 2025. Video came out a year ago, all right? The video came out a year ago, actually a little over a year ago, November 4th, 2024. So let's say a year and a half ago. Obviously, it was a late 2024 video. That's why I titled it 2025, obviously going into the new year. So let's say a year and a half ago, right? Video came out. So today, 3 hours ago, I get a comment from Mrs. This is part of the new regime that's running shit out here in these streets nowadays. Hold on, let me see something. The new regime that's running shit out here in these streets nowadays. I got a button for the new regime, but I ain't gonna hit it. It's a lot of tension going on in the country as it relates to racial issues, so I don't want to start no other shit. But the I Sweat Glitter person said, this isn't the time to buy a van. It's better ways to make money. Insurance 17. Now, listen to what we're saying. Insurance $1,700 a month. New van $1,000 a month. Gas $500 a week. Just don't do it. After the expenses, you might make $1,000 a week, but you haven't paid taxes yet. Just find a better job. I own a van and had several. That's why I know about this business. This YouTube guy doesn't drive a van, LOL. Everything is for clicks and views. Clearly, this is a person who doesn't watch my channel. This is a person who's probably just coming across my content, and they're grouping me in a category of the people who do content that aren't in the business or have never been in the business, right? Clear, all right? How do you know this, Mark? Because of what they wrote. They would have never wrote, I do this for clicks and views, because I don't do anything for clicks and views. I just talk whatever the topic is, and we just talk, all right? Two, you can tell this person is ignorant, right? How do you know they're ignorant, Mark? Let's go back from sentence one. This isn't the time to buy a van, all right? This video was from over a year ago, all right? But even today, you can buy a van if you want and get into the business. Like, there's nothing going on right now. The worst time to get into the business was probably the pandemic. If you said, Mark, what was a worse time to get into the business? Now the pandemic, I say the pandemic. Why? Because the cost of entry was high. And once the market reset itself, 9 times out of 10, you would have been competing in a market that normalized with a high cost of entry. You still would have been stuck with that high cost of entry, right? That's one thing. It's better ways to make money. Of course, there's better ways to make money, but maybe not everyone has the resources or the knowledge to make money in other ways. The information and the knowledge that I have today, I didn't have it 17 years ago. I didn't know how to have my money work for me. One, I didn't have the money. I had to acquire the money. And then after acquiring the money and during the process of acquiring the money, I also learned how to, the money that I had coming in, how to make it work for me. All right. Insurance $1,700 a month. Who the fuck is paying $1,700 a month on a goddamn van? See, this is ignorance number 3, right? We're in the third sentence and each sentence is ignorant. Who is paying $1,700 a month on insurance? If you're paying $1,700 a month on insurance for a goddamn van, that means you don't know what you're doing. So that means you come into a comment section expressing your disdain because of probably a situation you put yourself in. Who is paying $1,700? Who in their right mind is paying $1,700 a month for a goddamn van? I love when people put stupid shit in the comment section and then they like they cooking and then they ended this YouTube guy. $1,700 a month for a van? You're a fool. And for context, Big Mark I ain't never ducking it. You dig what I'm saying? I put it in the comments. I'll respond to this comment comment on today later show. I meant to put the show later today. Make sure you tune in. All right. $1,700 a month on the van? Okay. New van, $1,000 a month. Who the fuck is buying a goddamn new van? Why would you buy a new van? I ain't never told nobody to buy a new van. I always tell them to buy a used van. Not only do I tell them to buy a used van, I tell them the spec to get, and I also tell some people where to go get the van. I say, man, get the Amazon. Get a van that's done came off the Amazon fleet. I always say it. I've had like maybe 5 or 6 people actually do what I told them. 3 of them flew to Chicago to get one. Because I know where to get them for the low. Straight off the auction, the Amazon fleet. For the low, though. Some people I think 1 or 2 people called in and admitted, like, yeah, I hit Mark up in the DM or in the Discord, and I came to Chicago and got the van. Got a 2021, 125,000 miles for $18,000, $19,000. Extended length high roof. So you're paying $1,700 a month and you got a new van. So strike 1, strike 2. Gas $500 a week, so whatever you pay for gas is a cost of doing business. If you know your numbers, you know your operation costs. I don't care if you spent $1,000 a week on van, you should be profitable. Like, I don't understand why $500 a week on gas is supposed to be a bad thing. Like, listen, if you're making money and that's a cost of doing business because you understand your cost and it's costing you $500 a week, and then I'm assuming you made thousands. Why is spending money on gas supposed to be a bad thing? If you're in a business, in the business of transportation, it should be built into your cost. And if you understand your cost, then you're not tripping. I've spent $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a week on gas at times. More than that. Locally. With a multitude of vehicles. Not tripping. Why? Because it's a part of the cost. I'm profitable. If I spent $1 million a week in gas, that means I must be making millions of dollars a week. Why is paying $500 a week in gas a bad thing? You see how stupid this shit is? It's just dumb. And then they come into the comment section like they're cooking. And then I have to make you look stupid. Just don't do it. Why? Because you don't know what you're doing. Clearly, you don't know what you're talking about. This guy says this YouTube guy doesn't drive a van. You goddamn right I don't drive a van. I've owned a few of them. I've owned a lot of trucks. I still own trucks. I got trucks that I'm paying commercial insurance for and storage just sitting dry rotting. Mark, why don't you get rid of their trophies? You telling me what I don't know. I know way more than you. Clearly, you don't know. After that expenses, you might make $1,000 a week, but you haven't paid taxes on it that yet. Just find a better job. I own a van. Listen, I'm inclined to say no, you don't. I'm inclined to say no, you don't. Because your numbers ain't, if these are your numbers, then you're a goddamn fool. Big Mark calling you a fool. Big Mark, and I told you I was going to do the show today. I hope you're watching. The number is on the screen. I own a van that has several. That's why I know about this business. This person said they own a van that has several. That's why they know about this business. And I just exposed that you don't. This YouTube guy doesn't drive a van, LOL. Everything is for clicks and views. No. This right here, what I'm doing right now is to prove that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and to entertain my audience with your ignorance. What happens is people try the business, the cargo van business, the box truck business, the semi-truck business, whatever. They don't know what they're doing. And what happens is they get bitter. They get bitter. So when someone comes and says, yo, now is the right time, November 2024, and all they see, why is now is the best time to start a cargo van business, they get bitter because they failed. And they say a bunch of ignorant, dumb shit that don't make no sense. You failed. That doesn't mean the next person is going to fail. You know why? Because the next person that entered right now, let's say taking the title for what it is at face value today, right? One, isn't going to go buy a new cargo van. That's the first thing they're not going to do. Two, they're not going to pay a new fucking van. Listen, I could go get a new cargo van today and my fucking insurance wouldn't be $1,700 a month. Facts. Like, I don't know what cargo van business you was in, but based on these numbers, you probably came in sometime around 21 maybe, or 22, or maybe 23. and you came in with a high cost of entry due to your ignorance, you failed very quickly, and you're bitter. You're a bitter biddy. I'm gonna call you a bitter biddy. And you're so bitter to the point where you just write it. Your feelings are causing you to write comments in content creators' comment section that are ignorant. This is ignorant. $1,700, and motherfuckers ain't paying $1,700 a month on a 26-foot box truck for insurance. Some people are. Some people are paying more, but there's people that's not even paying this much on a 26-foot box truck. $1,000 a month, let's say on a new van, whoop-de-doo. This ain't, listen, even if this was the case, this is nothing. This is fair. This is fair on a brand new van. So even when you say, we can look at it from this way, new van, $1,000 a month, and that's fair. Why is this a bad thing? Explain to me why in a new van, $1,000 a month note is a bad thing. This is a bad thing because it's stupid. This doesn't even, you making this a bad thing, and I don't think this is a bad thing. I think that's okay. I think that's fair. This is stupid. I think this is a cost of doing business. And to be honest with you, if you're making money and you're spending this type of much money a week in a van, that means you're working. And if you know your cost, that means you should be profitable. That means you're driving, you're making money, and I'm hoping you're profitable. So I'm sorry, Mrs. You know,
Frogs.
Yeah. Go play with something safe.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel.
Play with something safe.
Today we're going to be diving into why
play
now.
with something safe. You dig what I'm saying? So, all right. So, I think now is a great time to get a cargo van. If this is what you want to do, if you want to come into the cargo van business, come into the cargo van business. Just make sure you go about it the right way. Get something that you can afford. I would recommend starting off with a new van, something under $20,000. My advice would be to cash out if possible. Save up your money, cash out. I've coached plenty of people into the right van. They have come up and given their testimonials. I'm telling you what type of van to get. Obviously know what you're getting into, know what you're investing into before you get into it. Know your market. Are you going to do local work? Are you going to do expedited work? We've covered insurance, right? $1,700 is fucking asinine for a goddamn van. That's stupid. Same with a box truck. If you want to get into the box truck business right now, understand what you're investing in. Is now a good time? Now is a better time than any other. You were to ask me, Mark, if you could think of a time when it wasn't a good time to get into the box truck business, I would say during the pandemic. It would be the complete opposite of when most people came in. Why? Because if you came in during that time, your cost of entry was going to be high due to what was going on. You bought an overpriced truck. I got a guy in my Discord right now who still owes almost $40,000 on a truck he bought during the pandemic. He paid probably $80,000 for a $25,000 truck. But he wasn't the only one. He's just one of the ones that is surviving. A lot of that is due to, Big Mark. You dig what I'm saying? But if you were to ask me, would now or then be a better time? Now. Hello.
Yo, this is Mark.
Yeah, what up? Who that?
What up, brother? What up, brother? Nah, this Julian, man. It's I'm Wag Me Nation in the chat. I just subscribed to your foundation, man. Do I get the Discord with that or not?
Nah, bro. The Discord is a whole nother thing. It's not on YouTube. Discord is a whole nother platform.
No, I'm knowing. No, I know. Okay, that's cool. But nah, I just wanna call in real quick and give my appreciation, G. Like I've been watching you maybe like I don't know what it say I'm subscribed for, but like 4 months, 3 months now or something like that, and I was in a totally different lane before God put your video in front of me, bro. And I do expedited freight in a cargo van right now, and I'm glad you're talking about it right now because I do have some questions about it. But yeah, I'm
you
in.
From the crib,
I'm
right?
actually
From the crib. I see
what's
your
that?
area code.
Yeah, G. I'm from up north, man.
Word.
Rogers Park area.
Okay.
But,
You way up north.
Yeah, bro. I mean, I stay in Calumet Park right now, anyway. So that
You
might
off
be
127th?
Yeah, South Morgan, man.
Okay.
Yeah, but I got about maybe I would say 50K saved, and graciously I don't know if you know about the homegrown assistance that Mayor Johnson just did. The one good thing he did, he's giving first-time home buyers a grant to get a crib in Chicago, and I qualified for that.
He is?
So, yeah, bro, yeah. It just started. The registration just started June 8th, and I already got qualified for it. So I'm thinking. I don't know, because I really want to start. I'm a company driver right now. I work for them Eastern Europeans. So I don't know if you know about them, but they are crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they good people. I bring in, a good amount for my age. I'm only 26, so I tried to see if I could stay local, try to find a local company that does this, but there really is none. So OTR was really, the expedited way was the only way I started. But after learning and doing this, I think I'm ready to at least try and start to work for myself, because the dispatchers I'm working with, I work by percentage of the load. So if I get my own van, they gonna give me 70%, and they take 30. So I'm like, in my head, I'm like, dude, I'm already bringing in a decent amount. So if I can make more just getting my own van, like that seems like a no-brainer for me. But I don't know if I should keep that money saved for me getting a house, or get a van and make more money that way. Like I'm in a conflict. I'm at a crossroad, and I just wanted to call in to an expert to get.
So what you saying? You want to decide whether you want to buy a house or a van?
I guess that is the question. Yeah.
I can't answer that for you, bro. That's something I appreciate you, entrusting me with helping you make a decision like that. That really is flattering. You know what I'm saying? But that type of I can't I can't help you.
I feel you. Nah, I feel you.
Like, you know what I'm saying?
I feel you. Because you bringing up, you know people vans under 20K and stuff like.
I mean, yeah, I can tell you where to go get the van. I mean, you're here in Chicago, so you ain't got to travel. Like, you could just drive. You're in Calumet Park. The places, no traffic, maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes from you. You know what I'm saying? So I can tell you in private. I just don't. I've already put I probably made them over $100,000, and everybody that's went to them has told them I sent them, and these motherfuckers ain't never even emailed me and said, "Hey man, thank you." So I'm not going.
Oh nah.
I'll
That's
tell
not
you.
good business.
Right, it's not good business. So and they didn't ask me, but I've recommended other people to other things, and they've used my name, and the businesses have come back and say, "Yo, 2 or 3 people have come here, and we just want to." Say thank you, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate it if you ever need a car or something, But these motherfuckers ain't never reached out. You dig what I'm saying? Ain't nothing there for me to get, but at least say thank you, goddammit. So, but I'll tell you, I'll send them business, but I'm not gonna say it publicly, is what I'm saying. I don't want to say it publicly.
Oh,
so
yeah, I got you.
I'll tell you privately.
How can I reach you?
You said what?
How can I reach you?
You could DM me. You could DM me, it's fine.
On what, Instagram?
You can DM me on Instagram, yeah.
All right, bet. Cause I'm just, I mean, I really want to get a place where the Bears are moving, just because that's just gonna be a value add. Regardless,
if Johnson is giving you a grant, that's in Hammond, this Chicago.
I know, bro. I know, but like most things in my budget, they gonna be condos, man, and I don't want a condo, bro. Them things are. You got HOA fees always going up. You got property taxes always going up. That's regardless, but like.
Well, yeah, condos is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. You straight.
Yeah, condos can be tricky. I own a condo, and it's not the HO fees. I mean, the when you close on your standard association fees, that doesn't change. It's the special assessments is what get you. So for right now, I got 2 special assessments. One for $20,000. One for, well, it's almost done pay. I think I owe like another G on it, so that'll be paid off. But I'm finna get hit with another special assessment because they finna add a new elevator, and that's like 1.1 million. So I'm probably gonna get another special assessment for that. So it's not the assessments at closing, the unit assessment, and then however many parking spaces you own. Assessments,
right?
It's the special assessments that can get added at any time, and you don't have an option. You know what I'm saying? So you got to pay it no matter what it is. So, yeah. Damn. But I own a condo right by the current stadium. So,
by the what stadium?
I own a condo right by the current stadium, by Soldier Field.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
Lake Shore.
Yeah,
that's what's up.
So, but I didn't know Brandon Johnson was doing this. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, look it up, bro. Yeah,
I think it's good for you. It's good for you, but it's questionable because he's raising taxes, but you're giving out.
Bro, I know, and guess what? It's only like 300 to 400 people that get it. They only allocated 21 mil for it.
And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's other shit that I feel like money should be allocated in the city for things that are more important, that are problems.
No, I 100% agree.
No. This can be a blessing for you. I don't want you to think that it's, but I'm thinking, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm a little older than you. So, and I'm not to big homie you or anything, but I'm like, yo, 21 million to give grants for new time home buyers. I'm thinking 21 million can be allocated for something else.
Yeah, fixing the damn potholes.
Nah, bigger than the potholes, bro. Bigger than the potholes. Bigger than the potholes. It's just a lot of other issues in the city that need to be handled. And you're raising property taxes, but then you're giving out grants for new time. You see what I'm saying? To me, that shit don't. It don't make sense. That's why when you said it, I'm like
low income families. It's for first time and low income.
Yeah, I'm reading it now. See, I didn't know about it because it's not something that I qualify for, something that would catch my attention. It's not something that it entry. But so when you said it, I'm like, what? That's why I went over here and started Googling. I'm reading it provides low to moderate income Chicagoans with up to $70,000 in forgivable grants for down payments and closing costs. You can apply for this grant exclusively through the approved lenders like Neighborhood Lending Service and TRP Lending. So it applies to 1 and 2 unit homes. 1 and 2 unit homes, so probably condos.
I could even get it like a townhouse too, like a townhouse or or whatever.
Because a 2 unit home, so it could be a 2 flat. Now, if I were to
Right.
do it, and I were you, I would do the 2 flat. I wouldn't do a single unit. I would do the 2 flat. So at least you can generate some income from a tenant that would help cover the cost of the mortgage. And that will help you, live rent free, run your bag up, maybe. Then later on, buy another property, put somebody in that unit, and then
You know what's funny? It's crazy. It's crazy. George dumbass said, "Yo, you don't know nothing about real estate." Like
George. But here's the thing: it's just like the person who I just reacted to. They say I don't know anything about this. People. That person clearly doesn't watch my content. That's somebody who just came across that video. George is the type of person who, in his little circle, in his little bitty town, in little bitty middle America where he comes from, he's the type of person who's done enough to get by for so long. But if you look at the people that are around him, they're not even at his level, but they worship him. So now he has this ego, right? So George doesn't realize when he's in the presence of someone who is more knowledgeable, and because his arrogance won't allow him to do so. Because
it's that,
he
and you're black. That's really why, bro. Because he'll listen to that white motherfucker on his podcast like it's nothing. I don't want to bring race into it. But it's true.
That's true.
It's true.
That's true. It is. It was just something that black people have with black people. I'm not like that by the grace of God, but it's just something that's crab in the barrel. We feel like we equal. We don't look at another person who may be knowledgeable or more successful than us and take what they say at face value because we feel like, nah, nigga, we equal. And that's not the case. See, the thing is, they don't think for so many years and so many centuries, it has been ingrained in us that certain people are better than us, and it's just supposed to be like that. You dig what I'm saying? And if this person says it, then it's right. But here's the thing: the color doesn't have anything to do with it. There could be a Hispanic person that's more knowledgeable than you. It could be a black person that's more knowledgeable. It could be an Indian that can provide more value. It's just black people because of slavery and just all the other shit that has been, systematic shit that has been inflicted upon us for so many years to get us in that mindset. It's just hard to break those chains, bro. And it's just unfortunate. And that's he's a victim of that. He doesn't even realize he's ignorant. He doesn't even realize that when he's talking, how ignorant he sounds. Even when you rebuttal it and you prove to him that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, his arrogance won't allow him to concede and just shut the fuck up and stop embarrassing himself because he's around of people who are even
most time he's talking to you. Most time he's talking to you, I feel like it go in one ear, out the other. Like
because he thinks he's better than me.
And that's crazy. Like even me being a black man, like I damn near say I can look up to you, bro. Like your name, Mark the Mentor. Like you really are a mentor. Like without even calling or talking to you, for me to just look at your content, like you can learn. I've learned so much just from looking at your videos, bro. Like I would never humbly come across, like I would never act like I'm better than someone, even if I was, just because you could learn something from anybody, bro, even a homeless person. Like
exactly. I say that all the time. I have some of the most intriguing intellectual conversations I've had are with homeless people.
I swear.
There's so many homeless people, especially here in Chicago, that if you just have a conversation with them, these are people that were once upon a time just well-to-do people. You know what I'm saying? And just came up on a hard time. Spouse died. They just spiraled out of control and they just kind of gave up, lost hope, and just ended up homeless. You know what I'm saying? But I've had some very great conversations with some homeless people. Just because a person is homeless doesn't mean they're stupid or they're just this type of, bad person. There are some really intelligent homeless people here in Chicago, just walking down State Street. You never know. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, man, brother.
We lost you, bro. You can call back. We lost you. We lost you. You said George a little slow? He got to recognize he's slow, though. Ain't my fault.
Yeah, my fault.
what
I'm
up?
driving through the Tennessee mountains right now.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
But yeah, about that cargo van comment, I think Beats in the Beats.net or something funny as hell. He said she got a cargo van to do Amazon Flex. Like that's probably why she wasn't making no bread. Like there's so much money in expedited freight. Like I know locally it's probably. I mean I've seen the load boards. I use Dispatch Land, DAT, whatever, but the local loads. You can make like I'll say like 150 to 300 a day, but like, and you get to stay home, I guess. But the OTR expedited freight lane right now, especially from like going from the Midwest, like Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, taking that to Cali, Washington, sometimes Canada. They're paying right now, man. They are paying, and if from watching your videos, if you can sustain with the gas prices right now, like when they go back down, you should be Gucci. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah, I'm really thinking about getting my own van. So I'm definitely gonna hit you up.
Yeah,
about where to get it.
Go for it. Just think about everything. Lay all your cards on the table if it's a decision that you got to make between the van and buying your first piece of property. But what I will advise you on is if you do go with the property, based on what the details that I'm reading as far as this grant is concerned, they're giving you the option of 1 or 2 units. Go with the 2 units. Don't go with the 1 unit. Go with the 2 unit. Is it going to be better? But
then I got to become a landlord, no?
But this is part of building the financial freedom that everybody wants. You can real estate is a storage of wealth.
For sure.
So if you can get a property like this, would be considered like a blessing. It also could be something that comes around once in a lifetime. Right, because Johnson ain't getting back in. Right, so
no, he's not. Hell no.
Even though I don't like this, right, it's still something that could be a benefit for you. And if you can take advantage of this, take advantage of it. But if you can get 2 units and one day move out of 1 unit, now you got 2 times the income versus 1. Because if you get a single family home and you live in there, and then let's say you get married, have kids, and now you outgrow this home, and then you got to get a home later. Yeah, you can rent it out and put a tenant in there. But with the 2-unit home, that's 2 tenants. So even if you still have a mortgage, you have a tenant that's covering the cost of the mortgage, and then the other tenant is profit, which I wouldn't consider it profit. I put that in the tuck, right, in preparation for the problems, the roof. The total.
Well, you have to own or occupy it for 5 years at least.
That's why I'm telling you, get the 2-unit, live in it for whatever the minimum is. Even if you live beyond the minimum, if you ever decide to move out, now you got 2 income streams in that one building.
I get what you. Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay.
So
hell yeah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that a lot, bro. That's why I wanted to call. I've been wanting to call in, but I've just been busy on the road all the time. But
another Chicago saying you shouldn't apply for the grant. I don't know why he's saying you shouldn't apply for it. I don't agree.
Motherfucker, I already did, bro. That June 8th, boy. That deadline came up. That the timer went to 0. I applied first thing.
He says to set up Brandon Johnson is going to bump up the taxes. Yeah, he already bumping them up. It's but you apply for it, so I hope you get it, bro. I think it's a great entry point if you get the grant. But I can't advise you on cargo van or property. But if you do decide to get the property, get the 2 unit. Don't get the 1.
All right. Yeah, for sure. I definitely will, bro. Hey, there's one video, before I go, there's one video that you had a while ago. This one kid called in and he was very confused. He went to school for accounting and didn't know what to do. But he wanted to be like a trucker.
The white guy?
And he told him to make
white kid?
Yeah. Yup. Have you heard back from him? Because I damn near want to steal that idea.
I haven't heard back from him.
Oh, yeah. Because truckers, man, I be talking to these truckers at truck stops, man. They do not know they numbers for nothing.
Majority don't.
Or they lying.
Majority don't.
Which is crazy. Like, this business is all businesses are all numbers, but this one specifically, like, the margins are tight. Like, how do you not know? That's just crazy, man. I'm a company driver, and I damn near know all my numbers. Like,
because most people aren't business people. They're just cosplaying as business people. There's a lot of requirements to be a business person. There's a lot of discipline. And, if you don't do your numbers, which any business, you got to do your numbers. You know what I'm saying? You're just hustling.
Right.
Just what it is, man. So this industry has transitioned. This is not the same industry that it was 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago.
That's what they all tell me, man. They like, man, it used to be better 30 years ago. I'm like, motherfucker, then why are you still doing it? Like,
the people that are still doing it from 30 years ago is people that just, everybody's situation is different, but
right.
You have to invest your money, right? So many truckers, a lot of those truckers have been trucking for 30, 40 years. They're probably going to be trucking until their body won't allow them to truck anymore, right? Because they haven't done what they were supposed to do. And it's unfortunate. And I can just tell you, trucking is not something, and I know it may seem people like, well, man, you do this type of content, but you got to look at it from a health perspective. You're sitting down all day. It's not healthy. Prostate. Yep. A lot of these guys, they don't understand the damage that does to the prostate. You dig? I say you set a timeline, you get in, you make as much money as you can, you invest into the right things to create other streams of revenue, and you have an exit date.
Yep. I agree, man. I agree. I'm trying to be retired by 35 to 40. So I'm just trying to get to it right now.
Yeah, you can do it. You just got to get to it, bro. You got to get to it and make the right decisions with your money, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right now most of my investments are little ETFs and whatnot. I was thinking about that SpaceX IPO, but I don't know about all that. I've mainly been in crypto since 2017, so that's my main thing. I don't really like to dabble into the stock market, but it is stable, man. It's been here for so long, so it's like a no-brainer to not have a Roth IRA or investing in ETFs and stuff like that. It's like a no-brainer because America's market is always going to be strong. I don't care what nobody say. We might move off the dollar, but America's still going to be strong. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, man, it was nice talking to you, bro. I'm gonna let you let some other people call in. I'm gonna DM you on Instagram. So look out for me. It should be Twitch, Wagney Nation. You can just call me WAG though, bro. Like I know you in the chat, you be like WAG Me Nation. It means we all gonna make it nation. That's what it stands for.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm gonna DM you though, bro.
All right, bet, bro. Be safe.
Yeah, you too.
All right, bet. All right. There's a 405 number that's called a couple times. If you want to call back, whoever the 405 number is, you can call back in. 405. You can call back in, and we can continue the show. It's box truck content, questions, conversation, whatever. So 405. Now is your time. Shout out to Jonathan in the building. George is super slow. Yeah, he's kind of nuts. That's why we ain't covering him no more, man. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How you doing, man?
Hey, good. Hey, good question for you. So I'm a flatbedder, truck driver, CDL. Interested, I'm looking into getting a van. I was listening to one of your shows the other day, and you were talking about, if your revenue stream's good, with your income, it might not be a good idea to quit if you're trying to start a, box truck or sprinter van business.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've got a really good friend of mine who's semi-retired, who's interested in driving. So I'm thinking about investing into like a transit van is what I'm looking at. So I was curious on your thoughts about that, about having someone run, while I stay working. Because I work, I make about $85 a year, local flatbedding.
What market are you in?
So I'm in Oklahoma. It's pretty small. I mean, so just for context, I'm sure you know this, but
yeah, I figured it was small when you said you only make $85 a year doing flat.
Yeah. So for here, that's pretty decent. But yeah, a lot of places that's bad. But yeah, no. So it's we got, just for context, this, but we have 4 million people in the state, which is less, like almost half of like Dallas Fort Worth. But we're in a really good spot, because we're in between a lot of markets. So I was looking at getting a van and maybe getting into doing like expedited OTR. That's what, my buddy's interested in doing that. So.
You want my honest answer?
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So since I've been doing content, I've had few people call up in your situation. Some people have done it. And they've done it, right? And it didn't work well for them. And one guy, he called up, this is like maybe 2 or 3 years ago on one of those shows. And he owned a successful tow truck company, but his buddy talked him into the box truck business. This is coming down out of the hype of the pandemic. This had to be like 23. Well, he went out and he bought a box truck and everything, all the bells and whistles. And the buddy sold him on the idea, but when the buddy got out there, the buddy realized that there was more to it being over the road than what he expected and what social media had portrayed. That influenced him to present it to his buddy, right? And he quit. But his buddy was still on the hook for the note, the insurance, and everything that came along. And he called me and asked me what I think he should do. And he couldn't drive because he has a tow truck business, right? And I've had other situations of people that have called up in that same situation where, they bought it with the idea of putting somebody behind the wheel and it just didn't last long. So
okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Now your situation may not go. Your friend may be loyal. It may not jeopardize your relationship. He may like being on the road in a van. He may have no issues with sleeping in the back of the van. He might be the best employee a person could ever have. But I haven't heard any of those stories. Now,
no, I see
the margins,
mostly cautionary tales.
Yeah, the margins are tight too. So you gotta look at it. You got one van, you gotta pay this guy. The margins are tight, and you gotta get a profit from it as well, and still cash flow this business. So now you got you trying to eat off the van, him as a payroll for the van, and still you have to have money in the business account to cash flow for cash flow in case of anything, occurring, a blowout on the road, a breakdown over the road.
Yeah.
You got to put this guy in a hotel. You're dealing with a shop in the middle of nowhere, so they're going to gouge you because you're desperate and you have no other options. A blowout in the middle of nowhere is going to be a lot more money. So I would make sure you cross all your T's and dot all your I's and do extensive research.
No, yeah, that's good advice. I was wanting to talk to you about that. He's a solid guy, know him from church. He's semi-retired. He was actually a professor. He's from Bulgaria, but I actually met him in a monastery, and they're pretty austere there. So he's pretty good with the hard life. But no, that's good. That's good advice to know. I've been flatbending. I did over the road for years, and I know what you mean. It's one thing to try it out on a trip. It's another thing to live there. And I know that a lot of people want to get out quick. So that makes sense. Okay, that's helpful advice. So I guess one thing I was wondering about too is you definitely steered me away from looking at a box truck. I was really thinking that route, and I think your last stream I caught, that's what you were talking about. There's more risk there. So I appreciate that.
Versus a cargo van.
Yeah.
There's a higher risk tolerance that's required. Obviously, a higher cost of entry. Less versatile than a cargo van. So yeah.
Okay, and I was wanting to talk to you because I've talked to a ton of guys. Got truck stops. I run into a lot of box trucks, a lot of expedited guys, and it's funny. The guy you were just talking to,
mm-hmm.
that's exactly what I've been dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers, they're wild numbers. It's just like getting wild numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's hard to make heads or tails of how much is, what they're telling you is a confidence booster for themselves versus what if they're being sober with their numbers.
Majority.
I wanted to get kind of your advice.
Go ahead. You want to give my advice on what?
Yeah, just I know you've been doing this for a long time. Kind of some more realistic numbers that you've seen. Because I know you talked to a ton of guys about this.
Gross?
Yes, sir.
So the highest numbers I've seen for expedited gross consistently was 4 to 5 a week.
4 or 5 a week. Okay.
4 to 5 a week. But the thing is, what these two guys are doing to get that type of money, they're driving, bro. It's expedited. So one guy, he drove 32 hours straight. They're not under the hours of service and shit like that, like the trucks.
Yeah.
So there's another guy that was in my Discord. He's not in there anymore. He's out the business. It's Caduce. We were in the Discord talking. This guy was in Arizona, I believe, that day. And this throughout the day, he was in the Discord. Just this is when my Discord was operating 24 hours a day. So today, let's say he was in Arizona. I went in the Discord the next day. This dude was like in the northeastern part of Canada or some shit, bro. I'm like, bro.
Wow.
Bro, what the fuck? I'm like, you were just in Arizona yesterday. He's like, I know. I've been driving. Been driving for a day and a half. I'm like, bro, you haven't slept? He's like, no. I'm just like, wow. And I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, like,
there was people in the Discord that day, bro. I was tweaking. Like, bro, you're tweaking. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, no, I believe you. Yeah, it's like outlaw trucking days. Kind of miles, yeah.
Yeah, so those guys they're doing some shit that I wouldn't say I wouldn't recommend. I just don't know how they're doing it, bro. I don't think I could drive and focus that that long, bro. So, but yeah, this is those guys. This is what they're doing. They're driving. They're working.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and that's, that was the thing is I was looking at the net, because my plan was I've got a decent revenue stream here. I do some side stuff on the side. I don't factor in the extra income I have because you know how that goes. That's inconsistent. It's up and down. But
Mm-hmm.
my main job, I work about 55 hours a week, give or take. That's pretty average.
Mm-hmm.
And from that, I bring about 85. So my plan was I'm pretty low on debt. The debt I do have is like stable debt, like mortgage stuff, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Very low, very low. I got lucky with that. But I was just going to finance the van and pay for it for a couple of years. And if assuming this goes through, where I'm not intending on relying on this as a revenue stream or an income stream for me for years. My plan was just got a solid guy, hope it works out, kind of thing. Try it out, just kind of get in the market, see what it's like. And that way, if something like you were saying, like if God forbid, he gets sick or he quits or whatever, like I can eat cost and it's not going to break me, So that's kind of what I was looking at, but yeah, that is concerning with me, with getting someone out there and really relying on them to be consistent. I mean, he's a solid dude, but you know how things are. So
are you looking to do this to kind of help this guy out?
No. So my plan, tentatively speaking, I'm still in the research phase, and I'm a little hesitant to just take too many leaps right now. I'm trying to do as much research as possible, but my plan is to build out a business, not to replace my income, but I would like to just, if I could get like 3, 4, 5 vans, maybe find some local freight. There's, how it is. Amazon's popping up everywhere. There's some OTR stuff, find some local accounts. If I could get 4 or 5 vans, some stable guys in them, and I could just draw a portion of an income off that, I'd be good with that. I'm not looking to replace everything with this in a year or two,
What do you
Like
consider a portion of an income?
Yeah.
What do you consider a portion?
What I was thinking,
if you could get 5 vans running daily, what profit would you be looking for off of each van? And I can tell you if it's realistic or not.
Okay, yeah, that's great. If I could get like from 5 vans, if I could get an extra like 1,500 to 2,000 profit off the top in a couple years as a side income,
1,500,
then that'd be great.
Over a couple of years?
Net, like after paying guys, no, like each month, like if I could get an extra 2,000 after all bills are paid.
For how many vans? For how many vans?
Like 4 or 5 vans, like as a passive income.
It's a possibility, but the reason why I think it's going to be difficult on, let's say, a 22-day work period for each van.
Yeah,
that's roughly about $90 a day net.
Okay.
And
yeah,
an average dedicated contract, let's say doing like office supplies or some shit like that, depending on the market, depending on what you're getting paid per piece, the lowest of the lowest end could be 200. The highest could be around 400, maybe 450, depending on market like New York or Chicago. You got a good route. The average is about 300, right around 300. But you got to factor in, obviously, your cost, which your largest cost for that is going to be labor, right? So how much do you think is going to take to get a person to drive a van to do maybe, depending on the market, let's say somewhere between 30 to 70 stops?
Yeah, here, I mean, I think it'd be hard to get someone solid.
I'm saying, how much would you think you would have to pay on a day rate?
Oh, A day rate? Oh man, if you're talking 20, 30 stops, you're looking probably what 10
No,
hours,
30
10
to
hours of
70
work.
stops. 30 to 70 stops. And that's a range because I don't know what your market entails. Here, an average
Yeah.
office supply route for me when I was doing it was like 60, 70 stops per route, right?
Okay.
So
What would
maybe
be like
your
the time
market,
frame
let's
for
say
you to
40.
get that?
Let's say 40 stops,
Yeah.
including load out in the morning. Let's say 40 stops. Let's say, for a guy who's working really quick, all in somewhere between 6 to 8 hours. Could be less if it's really a fast guy, but let's say they say 6 to 8 hours, right? What do you think is going to cost you, like labor? What do you think is going to cost? What do you think it's going to cost you for labor for a person to come and do that a day?
I think you'd probably be hard to get anyone for less than 20, and
How much?
but then there's all the probably 20 an hour. I think it'd be hard to get anyone to stick
So
around
let's say
for
a
less than
flat
that.
rate. Let's say you do a flat rate.
Like 1099 them.
No, let's say if you do a flat rate, you can't 1099 them, but let's say you do a flat rate. How much do you think you could pay a person flat rate to do a route that's 6 to 8 hours, let's say 40 stops?
Oh, okay. Maybe like 160, 180, something like that.
I was thinking more like 150.
150. Okay.
So that's 50% of the average of what the route. Now, these routes are going to fluctuate because they pay you per piece. Most of these types of routes, they're going to pay you per piece. Guarantees are kind of the thing of the past. When I was running them, I was getting a guarantee, but I also owned a fourth of the whole contract for the market, right? I'm running a fleet of vehicles, so I can demand more, have leverage. So coming in on the new, no leverage in today's market, when they've gotten away from guarantees, it's going to be a per piece thing. Pieces are going to fluctuate.
Okay.
You may not get the amount of pieces a particular day that it adds up to $300 gross, right?
Okay.
Your market may not pay you $3 a piece. They may not pay you $275 or $250 a piece. They may pay $2 a piece. They may pay $208 a piece. Every market pays different, right?
Yeah.
So 160 to 180, I could tell you for an office supply route, that's a lot. It's not a lot, but it's a lot for what those routes pay out, right?
I see. Yeah.
So I was thinking more 150 now on it. If on an average of $300 a day, that's 50% of your revenue gone. You still got to account for your insurance. You still got to account for the van note. You still got to account for tolls. You still got to account for fuel. And that's going to take that 150 down to under $100. Depending on the vehicle, depending on the route, right? Because the warehouse could be in one suburb, and then this particular route may be 50 miles away or 30, 40 miles away.
Yeah.
And then
no, that's what you're saying. That's how it is here, because Oklahoma City it's an extremely spread out city.
Right. So if it's not dense, then it's more miles, more fuel. And then after it finishes the route, it has to travel back.
Yeah.
So the likelihood of netting $90 a day for per van in today's market, doing what, the type of shit you get, dedicated routes for, like office supplies, shit like that.
Yeah.
You could do something a little bit more strenuous, like fitness equipment.
Okay.
But that's going to require 2 guys, a vehicle. It's going to require, those guys being mechanically inclined. It's going to require them being able to lift heavy things like treadmills and ellipticals, and then they obviously have to do the assembly and shit like that. Pays a little bit more time is involved, but
yeah. Now, have you heard too many good things about? I ran into one guy. He was contracted. I think it was with XPO. I know the flatbed stuff. The LTL guys and a lot of those companies I'm not as familiar with, but he seemed to like it. Have you heard much about those profit margins?
XPO doing what?
he was doing. I think he had a 26-foot box truck.
Probably was doing appliances.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
What was your
Yeah,
question?
he just called it the final mile. What profit margins? You know, I didn't know. I've only rented to one guy.
The margins for final mile, like appliances, are a little bit better if you were running a fleet doing that than that. But then again, the claims are higher. There's more opportunity for loss, right? Product loss, right? Claim. Then the threshold. You're crossing the threshold. So you could bang a refrigerator trying to get it into a home. Now you got damage to the refrigerator. Then you scratch the floor as well. So now you got a $15,000 claim on one delivery.
I see.
And that, depending on your market and what your average gross could be, $15,000 could be 3 weeks worth of gross.
Okay.
So the margins are a little bit better because the risk is higher. The job is harder.
Okay, I see.
So you make a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? But this is way more riskier. Like a lot of people, you know, there's more interest now in final mile than ever before. When I first started doing content, like people would make fun of me because everybody was so enamored with OTR and Amazon and shit like that. I was damn near like the only content creator. But this is my field. This is how I've made my money. Obviously, I mean, you're in trucking. You've seen what has happened with OTR and Amazon over the course of the past few years. So people are migrating over into something that they wish if they didn't have to, they wouldn't, you know, because of, you know, the labor that's associated with it requires another person, claims. Obviously you got to have to have a heightened skill set versus like OTR and Amazon. A lot of people are coming into it, but they're failing at the same rate as the people that were coming into OTR are failing because they're damaging shit.
Yeah.
I was on a call with a company last week. I do a lot of consulting. I don't really consult viewers and shit. People always say, why don't you do mentorship and shit? Because I consult the 3PLs. I don't need I'm gonna do something. I need the big money, big dog. I'm gonna go for the big money. So right now, the claim rate, right? Callback claim. It was 28% just a year ago. It's 30% now.
Okay, that's
rising. High. That's high. A 30% callback rate, callback and claims, 30% industry wide.
Right at 1 in 3. Yeah.
That's how bad it is right now.
Wow. Okay.
So people are fucking.
So that's like a 1 in 3.
Say that again.
Yeah, so that's about 1 in 3.
Yeah.
Man. Okay. Well, no, I appreciate that. This is very, very helpful. The other market I've been looking at, and this is maybe because it's more the world I know, is you know, of course, I mean, you know, everything that's going on in the world right now. So, and what that's looking like with the oil, and I can tell you from here because we're an oil state. That's drills are going up again. I used to flatbed the oil field some, and I'm seeing a lot of that come back. I've been looking a lot at the non-CDL hotshot. And so these are kind of the 3 things I've been looking at. Is, you know, those are the 3 options I've been looking at, and I appreciate the time, you know, because that, you know how it is. The numbers you hear from guys doing it, you know, that I see in person, I've been suspicious of the numbers, and I think you pretty much confirmed that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So that's helpful. Yeah. So sounds to me, just from taking away from what you're saying, there's a lot more risk right now with final mile. Expedited, the numbers are not, they're pretty tight. There's a thin margin there. So that's helpful. That's definitely helpful information for moving forward. And
Find them
I think
out. It's the claims can be prevented with training. It's just it's just people just lack integrity now. So that's what you're dealing with. So plan on scaling that. You got to understand, you're trusting people. You're not going to be there if you got 3 trucks out. You may be on one, but the other 2 trucks are operating without you being there. So, the lack of integrity is just not what it used to be. When I was doing it, people cared. People cared, and people treated people's stuff like it was their own. There was not the distractions that there are now. So, so it's just something that you gotta understand going into it. That's why the claims are going through the roof. So, but it's still a good business. If you got good teams, then you can make good money. Good teams, start with good training. So if you can train, you understand the business, you go out there and you do it for a time period so that you can get the understanding, and then you can train. But yeah.
Get some squared away guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are you still running a fleet at all, or have you pretty much switched over to other things?
I've been retired for 4 years, bro.
Oh, hey, I'm not mad at you for it. Good for you, man. Good for you.
Yeah, man.
Found your channel, so I'm sure I might be missing the details. So
yeah, I did my time. Opportunity came. I took it. Glad I did, because if I didn't, I would probably be kicking myself right now. But yeah, I saw the writing on the wall. Great opportunity. I took it, and here we are 4 years later. Hindsight 2020, I made the right decision. I would be in the same boat. I would be in the same boat, not financially, but my biggest problem I would be dealing with right now would be labor. I would have all those. I would be having an issue with labor. Labor would be my biggest issue. So yeah.
Gotcha. Well, hey, I don't want to take too much of your time. I appreciate the time you gave me, and you did some very helpful information, and definitely helped me kind of refine my research moving forward. And so, yeah, thanks again. Thanks for your time.
No problem, man. Take it easy.
You too.
Mm-hmm. All right. 312 Sham 2. Sham. Wait, 312 Sham 2 5483. 5483. What time is it? Damn, it's still early, bro. God damn. Oh, I went to the doctor today. I went to a specialist today. So this is my 3rd attempt on my shoulder. So I don't know why I never got recommended by my what you call your regular doctor to go to a specialist. I went to a sports ortho doctor. So what the sports ortho doctor told me this morning is, because he asked, so I told him everything, and he said, based on the the little test he ran, he put his hand out, I put my hand, he did like that, and he did like that, and I forced it, and then he felt the popping, and they did the x-ray. Possible tendon tear. So I'm gonna go in for MRI next week. I scheduled that, the MRI, and when we get the results of the MRI to see the tear, how serious it is or isn't, will determine the course of action, whether it's an injection with physical therapy or straight to surgery, or the injection with surgery and physical therapy, depending on. Either way, probably surgery. I'm probably going to get surgery, even if it's minor, because with what he was saying, if it's a tear, the only way to fully repair it is surgery. So yeah, I'm gonna go get the MRI next week. So, and we'll see how mild or how severe it is. So we're gonna figure this shoulder out. This is why you gotta have insurance. It's expensive when you're self-employed, but this is one of those things that I tell you guys that, you know, you gotta factor in. You gotta factor in health insurance, especially if you're doing something like household goods moving and or final mile. And if you got a business, you can do a 50-50, or you can have the business cover the cost of it. And this is something that you should have, because, you know, injury is just comes along with this type of work. Careful surgery can bring other problems like that capsule lock of that joint. Yeah, I'm gonna have the MRI next week, and then after the MRI, I'm gonna go back to the sports specialist, sports ortho, and I'm gonna listen to what he says. And, you know, I might, if it's mild, which I'm thinking it's mild, because I still have movement, it just gets tight, and no matter how much I exercise it in the gym and strengthen it, it just doesn't pick up the same amount of strength as the other one. I can strengthen it and work it out, but it never gets equal to the stronger shoulder. So, if it's really, really mild, I'm gonna probably see what the injection with the physical therapy does. I'll probably just do the injection. I don't need no physical. I've been physical therapy twice for it. I know all the little motions and shit. I could do that shit myself at the gym. So I might see if it's mild what the injection does, and if the injection, let's say, wears off or something, then I may revisit or consult with the sports ortho again for surgery. But, you know, just, you know, I've always been transparent. This is what comes along with it, right? Someone asked me like a week or two ago, if you had to do it all over again, would you do it, understanding the physical aspect? Yeah, because at the end of the day, you know, I'm not sitting here with a shoulder injury due to the line of work, fucked up out in these streets without nothing to show for it. If I would have fucked the bag up and made bad decisions, then I probably could have just added that to my pity party. But we don't know how bad it is, but a torn tendon, with everything that, you know, moving and final mile has blessed me with, I'm cool with it. Somebody said it's like a war scar. This is fine. I'm cool with it. It could be worse. I look at shit, it could be worse. You know, I got insurance, right? Take care of it. Ain't no big deal. So, but this does come along with it. So, you know, mistakes happen. And even if not a mistake, this wasn't a mistake. This was just age, right? The doctor said it today. He said, you know, because he wanted to, like, I had to tell him, you know, I started this moving company at this age. For the first 3 years I was in the field, I came out at 33, right? So for 7 years I'm in the office. Pandemic came and he cut me off. He said pandemic. When I said pandemic came, he said, you ended up back in the field, probably labor. I said, yep, I ended back up in the field, but now I'm 40. And, you know, I didn't just end back in the field. Like, it was busy. 2020, 2021, 2022, it was busy. You know, APR, interest rates were at an all-time low. There was so much money. People were moving. Like, normally moving slows down into September. Like 2020, we were still consistent all the way through Christmas time. I have never had consistent work in moving. Final mile is 7 days a week. Moving like I did in 2020. Out of all the years, 2020, we were moving consistently all through October, all through November, all through December. And so with me being out there every single day, now as a 40-year-old man, the stress that I was putting on my joints and shit like that, it was just a lot. I didn't get a break. So all through 2020, all through 2021, all through 2022, it's just, I'm 40 something now. I'm 40, 41, 42. My joints are just wore. I didn't make a mistake. It's just my shit was just wearing down. Hello?
Mark, dog, I'm sorry to interrupt your show, bro.
Who is this?
This Mario Jackson, bro. Jackson on your live.
What's going on?
They just sent that boy to the same jail his daddy. The dude some kin to all the family. He the warden at the jail. They just sent that boy to.
You talking about the warden?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard about that earlier today. Yeah.
That junk, man.
So without going into details, I don't want to say too much, but I've had some conversations earlier today with some people. He gonna have some protection.
Yep.
Either the Crips,
I hope so.
Either the Crips are gonna protect him, or the nation is gonna protect him. So he'll be fine.
I hope so.
No. Because of the nature of the situation and understanding, the brothers is pulling together. So either the nation gonna snatch him in, or the Crips will pull him in, and he should be fine. I'm hoping, I'm praying, so.
Man, me too, dog. I don't want, they sent a good, not innocent, but a good kid. And then he gonna get out and become a monster. Cause jail ain't, I don't know. It's just messed up, bro.
Well, yeah, he's not the type of person you would expect. He made a mistake, but he's not the type of person, especially down there in Texas. I don't live in Texas, but I know the penitentiary system, the structure and shit is a little bit different down there than it is up here. But I mean, it's a high profile case. There's people in power that have, reached out to the powers that be. And
right.
The brothers is gonna make sure he's straight, bro.
That's what I'm praying for too, dog. But I ain't mean to interrupt your show, bro.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. It's cool. Yeah, the brother's gonna make sure he's straight.
Yeah.
So
that's real, dog.
Yeah, they know it's a price on them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, man. That's sad. I had to get out the truck to call his crap, and they got me on what you call it. I'm driving for somebody else right now, and they got me on camera and shit, and I really don't give a damn.
Yeah, man. It's right now it's just a lot of emotions flying. It's it's a lot on a lot of people, man, right now with everything that's going on in the world. The South Carolina shit, it's just a lot going on, man. So it's
right.
Yeah, I get it, bro. I get it.
Yeah. That young just made me mad. But my bad, bro. I'm going to let you get back to your show.
No, it's all good, bro. Appreciate it.
All right, dog.
Yeah. Benjamin says, praying it all goes well with the MR, bro. Blessings to you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm sure to go well, man. It's just off and on for a couple of years now. So, bro, what it is, bro. But we're gonna see how we can get it back to at least, if not 100%, at least close to it as possible. So we'll go from there. But this is a cost of being in this industry. Just make sure you got health insurance, and just understand there's gonna be some war wounds that come along with doing this type of work. And just make sure that once it's all said and done, you don't regret it. I don't regret nothing. So it's what it is, pimp. All right, phone number 312-772-5483. Phone number is up, man. It's box truck content. Y'all want it? Question and answer. I wonder who that guy was that called in yesterday that wanted to talk. See, he ain't even watching today. You ain't even watching. See what I'm saying? What else is going on that y'all want to talk about while we wait for the next person, bro? Jonathan said huge learning curve. You must be talking about the fitness equipment. Yeah, huge learning curve. Definitely got to be mechanically inclined. Definitely got to be strong and know how to lift. Will I ever go back to streaming Coinbase? When did I stream Coinbase? Streaming Coinbase? I'm watching every single episode you made 3 years. Are you talking about the what was that series I was doing back then? Finance Club or whatever that shit was. I forget. Listen, I just do the content. I'll be forgetting what the fuck. It was called something, finance, whatever. No, I ain't gonna never do that shit no more. I ain't gonna never do it no more. I'm gonna tell you why. I think I've already said it. For the same reason I fell back off the box truck shit. For the same reason I said, man, we to hell with George. You tell people shit, they don't do it. And then they come back like, damn, I wish I would have listened to you. Like the person said, oh, you just do shit for content. If I did it for content, I would continue to do shit. I wouldn't let things like that discourage me from doing it. I would just continue to do what works. It's shit that works that I refuse to do. It's shit that works that I refuse to do. If I brought that back, people would watch because they saw what I did with that. And when I told people what was going to happen, that happened. There's other things that I could do that I know would work that I'm just not going to do because it doesn't interest me. It gives me a headache. I don't like people failing. I don't like people losing money. That's depressing. You want to see people win. If I'm sitting up here doing the content, giving you the information pro bono, you never hear me ask for anything. I don't ask for super chats. I don't say, click the link below, join this, join that. You never hear me do that. I answer everybody's questions. The phone number is up there, right? So the only benefit that I get is you take the information and do well. When I give the information and then you call back and say, yo, I did not listen to you and this happened, you were right. That shit is depressing. Because now I'm giving you the information you need. It's not transactional. I'm not asking you for anything. The only thing that I want to see is you take the information and apply it. You don't apply it. Kind of goes back to what Wag was saying earlier. That's the only thing that I can associate with it because I understand the majority of my subscriber base represents a certain demographics, Black and brown people. So that has to be the answer. So it gets a little disappointing. I wouldn't say depressing. It just gets disappointing. So that's why I would never do that anymore. That was disappointing, and I always use him as an example because he's a creator. Shout out to Cars and Cribs, and not only that, he actually did a segment on his channel, validating it, telling the story. It's disappointing when you tell people to do so as it pertains to, let's say, investments or trucking, and they'll listen to you to a certain point, or they won't listen to you. They'll take the information and then go do the opposite and see that the information that you gave them was valid, but now it's too late. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. So, no, I would never do it again. That's why that was 3 years ago, and in 3 years, I've never revisited that, and I won't. I won't ever do it again. No matter how much people ask me, which you see, I don't know if you see, but people see it all the time. They ask me, no, I'm not doing it no more. With no exaggeration. Over 7 figures, and this is just a handful of people over the course of maybe 4 months. One particular person, which you know who it is, followed me every day, every play. They hit me every morning. What you doing? He followed me to the T. So and he said it. We ain't gonna put the number out there. So when I say, yo, let's get out, we done made this is motherfuckers got work fucking a whole lifetime to make this. Fuck, let's go. Fuck, it don't go like shit. Yo.
Hello.
What up?
Yo, man, I've been watching your show for a little bit, man. My name's CJ.
What's going on, pimp?
Man, shit, I'm thinking, man, like, I'm really trying to come to you, try to see, you know, I do want to look into getting into the boxing show game, right?
You want to get into the what?
Because you get into the boxing show game.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because my sister, I got a lot of people in my family that's into it. Not necessarily in the box truck space. I know it's kind of different. It's a whole different world between semis and box trucks. You know what I'm saying? So
you in a semi now?
Nah, I ain't in a semi now. I don't even have my CDL right now. Like I really just want to, you know, do something non-CDL.
So you want to get into the box truck business? All right. What's your question, big dog?
Man, it's not necessarily a question. It's mostly just some advice. Because I'm young, I'm 24, finna be 25, do something, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I just want to get another opinion on it. Would it make sense for me to do it financially? Because in the position that I'm in, I feel like that I can take the risk. I feel like I could. Because I do got the credit, my savings, and, you know, and I got money to fall back on just in case if it fails too. So that's why I was trying to see. And that's why I was just trying to, you know, get your opinion on it, you know what I'm saying?
How much money you got to put into it?
Right now, about roughly 48.
100,000.
48,000.
And you want to start a box truck business?
Yep.
All right. Why?
Well, because I'm kind of in the transportation industry already. Right now I work on a towboat. I know you probably from Chicago. You probably never even seen a towboat.
I know. I've seen a towboat.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing right now. And,
you
know
help people out when their boats break down in the middle of the water.
Oh no. Like I live on there. Like I'm always on there. Like I work for like 20 days and I'm off like 10 days.
So you just be on the water 24 hours and if somebody break down, you go tow them?
Nah. It's like, okay, we transport oil back and forth to these big oil refineries and stuff like that. And
I'm thinking you talking about like on a like a boat. Like if if my boat break down on Lake Michigan and I got to call the towboat to come tow me back to the dock. Okay, it's a different type of towboat. Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, you know, I was just, I've been doing that for the past few years now, and I've been wanting to get into it since like 2022. I'm wanting to say 2022 or 2023, but at the time, I'm gonna be honest, like I was fucking off a lot of money at that time. Excuse me for cursing, but I jacked off a little bit of money, you know, and I kept all my tax returns and stuff to see how much I really made within them past few years. and
Mhm.
I had reality hit me like I was like, "Spent all this money and I ain't had nothing but like 10,000 at the time.
Mhm.
I ain't had nothing but $10,000 at the time. I was like, I made roughly like damn near 200,000 in them past 3 years,
Mhm.
and I was like, damn. I'm like, damn, I just jacked off all that money
What you was doing?
after I made all that.
What you
You
was
know, the
doing?
same thing I'm doing now. Same thing I'm doing now. Like I was
No, what was you doing to make
making
the
like
money off?
really all type of stuff, helping people out.
You got a Hellcat?
Like in my sister,
You got a Hellcat or a Camry?
yeah. Oh no, I ain't got no Hellcat. I said I was helping people out.
Oh, okay. I thought you had a Hellcat.
I just drive a little beater car for right now
Where you
because,
from? Where you from?
I'm from Mississippi.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you ain't got no Hellcat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you was helping people out.
Yeah.
What type of people?
I was
Women. There was women.
both women, family, women, family, stuff like that. Mostly family. Women. I was kind of skittish about it, but I still spent a
dollars.
few thousand on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
I hear you. All right.
but yeah, because I do have a plan because I know someone. He is like some type of logistics manager for this company. It's called Batesville, and they build caskets and stuff. And they really need box truck drivers, semi truck drivers, and I feel like I got that relationship with him. I got a relationship with him to, I feel like that's a door that I can, cross over to. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I was thinking, is that a bad risk? Would that be a bad risk for me or what?
I mean, you sound like you really got a really good job. It sounds like it's really demanding, but it sound like you got a good job. I mean, if you want to leave your good job to invest in a box truck, and sound like you going over the road based on, I don't know what part of Mississippi you live in. I'm assuming from listening to you talk, you probably live in a rural area of Mississippi, maybe, right?
Oh yeah, very rural. Yeah.
Okay, so that takes away local work. So now you're over the road, and if you want to go over the road, I mean, I don't think it'll be any different than what you're doing now because instead of over the road, you're over the water for 20 days. So,
right.
I don't think it will be so. Most people that call up, the lifestyle would be similar. Nothing would really much change as far as your lifestyle because you're already away from home for 20 days instead of over the road. You're just over the water. So it wouldn't be much of a lifestyle change for you in comparison to most of the people that call up here. So
right.
If you just want to switch from water to land,
basically, yeah.
But as a owner operator, then as long as you understand what you're investing into, and you measure your risk tolerance and you understand,
right?
Go.
Because I mean, shit. I'm gonna be real. Like I still stay with moms. I still drive my little beater car that's paid off. I mean, I don't have any kids, anything. So, because I have a license. I have a license to work out here. So, if push comes to shove, I always have this as a backup option because I have a license. I'm a professional merchant mariner. So I can come back out here at any given time. But the only thing is when I leave from here, my goal is for me to leave from here within the next, I say about a good 8 more years, really, whether that's really my 8-year plan out here because I don't want to be out here for too long mainly just because of, it's a lot of wear and tear on your body. a lot of wear and tear on your body every day, 12 hours a day, every day. So
what is it what do you
and
do? Do you do like, this is viral video I seen of these guys on a boat and they had like this big pipe and they was wrapping the chains around it and they put it in the thing and they
oh
lever.
nah, that's okay. That's even more work. That's oil rig. That's working on oil rigs and stuff down there. They have a lot of those in like West Texas and I want to say North Dakota, South Dakota, somewhere like that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they do a different type of work. They do a different type of work. It's kind of they make more than what I make, you know, because they work longer hours and they, you know, continuously get overtime. Like, see, I don't really get overtime because I get paid a daily rate. So even if I get up and do nothing, you know, I'm still getting paid for the day.
Right.
You know. So yeah, I'm wanting to get into it just because, you know, I got a relationship with this, you know, with this logistics manager for Batesville Caskets, you know. So I was want to see would it even make sense because, you know,
I wouldn't start a business based off one relationship. I mean, if that's let me not say that. Let me say that I wouldn't start a business based off one sole relationship because that person could leave the company or they could get fired.
Right.
So you still, if you do start it, you need to have a backup plan and you need to have other ways to make money. I wouldn't start a box truck business because you know someone who works at a casket company and they need caskets delivered because I'm not gonna start a business because my business is in the hands on whether they get fired or not or they quit or not. No, I'm not. Me personally, I'm not. That's not. It can't be the only reason why I start.
Right. Because the way that I was thinking also, I was thinking like, you know, I don't want to be jumping all over the place with it, but, you know, how my mindset was thinking, I was like, you know what, if I get this box truck, I was like, we're not be able to make money in multiple different ways other than just relying on that one person. We're not be able to, you know, if I wanted to start a moving company, because they got a lot of furniture companies in my area, especially like around these rural areas. There's a lot of small furniture companies in my area. It's a lot of them. And, you know, I'm pretty sure some of them need work, right? I'm pretty sure. And so that's what I was thinking. I feel like I had that option as well. But, you know, my sister was like, you just get on the load board and stuff like that, you know, and look for loads. But the thing is, you know, the broker gonna be, you know, taking most of my money. I would much rather have a relationship with one person.
That's not the right way to look at it, bro. Broker's not taking most of your money. Your money is your money. Their cut is their cut. You can't look at it like that, bro.
Well, that's how I was looking at it because, you know, I just see
look at it like
they
that.
taking like,
You can't look at it like that, bro.
Right.
It's like in Final Mile. I never, ever, never, not one time was concerned when any 3PL was taken. And they were getting about 45, 50%.
Off each load?
Huh?
Off each load?
That's just how it works. The 3PL, they have the relationships with Home Depot. They have the relationships with Lowe's. They have the relationships with LG. They have the relationships with IKEA. They have the relationships with Samsung. It costs money to fly sales teams out, put on presentations at these corporate offices for these different retailers and try to sell them on why they should, at the end of the contract with UST, to allow XPO to handle national home delivery for Home Depot. All right.
Right.
That costs money. It costs money to warehouse these stoves and refrigerators, and it costs money to build out a robust customer service facility. It costs money for
Right.
warehouse management software, right? It costs.
Yeah.
There's an infrastructure that's associated with them as well, right? So they have something that you and I can't get from that perspective. And the perspective I'm talking about, final mile, is the relationship. Why? Because they can promise quick, efficient, nationwide service. I can't. They can get a contract to cover the whole country. Why? Because Home Depot don't want to deal with thousands of me. They allow the 3PL, right, comparable to, let's say, a broker, to deal with all the headaches of independent owner operators or independent contractors or master contractors. And with all that said, they're entitled to a cut, and they can take their money off the top because they have a direct connect to the source. You don't. The source don't want to talk to you. They want to talk to someone who's going to make their life easier. That's a 3PL.
Right.
It's a broker. So same situation. Listen, people going to think I'm a real business person. I look at it like this. What are you offering me? If you offer me something I don't like it, we're going to negotiate. I'm a business person. We're going to negotiate. If we can't come to terms, then I'm going to move on. I don't look at it, well, what is the broker or what is the 3PL? That's none of my business. My business is what is the business that we're doing, if it makes sense for me. I know that they're getting money. They're entitled to. It's not my business to determine if what they're getting is fair or not. It's my business to determine the relationship that we have in the negotiation. You get what you negotiate. That's what is important to me. I don't count other people's pockets. You will never hear me. Anybody that does it, me, I tell you, I'm gonna keep it 1,000. To me, you're a goofy. Like, if you worried about what another person is making, to me, you're goofy. You ain't no business person because you're focusing on some things that, one, you can't control and don't got shit to do with you or your business. I'm not worried about what another person makes.
Right.
So no, they're not taking your money.
You see, but I was thinking,
listen, I'm trying to get you to understand something because I know you're young and you coming into business, and I know you've heard that before because I hear people say that goofy ass shit. And the people that say that goofy ass shit, they're failing. They're struggling. You never hear a successful person worry about what another person got going on. I don't go into fucking a restaurant and be like, man, you charging me $100 for a Cajun ribeye. How much did you pay for the Cajun ribeye wholesale? You only paid $20 for this Cajun ribeye? Oh, man, how you going to charge me $100 for it? Man, you got a goddamn sous chef back there. You got the goddamn chef back there. The fucking shipping cost. These ovens. These waitresses. The goddamn the maitre d' or whatever the fuck at the front welcoming you when you come in the roof, Chris. It's not my business to, tell them what they should mark up the steak for. It's not my business, worry about what a person is making on the back end. Either I'm a buy it or I'm not. Either we're going to do business or we're not. I know what my numbers are. I know what I need. If we can come to some type of terms, we're going to shake hands and we're going to get to it. If not, I'm going to move on.
Right. And see, that's the thing. Like, I want the risk to be calculated the best of my capability because shit, if it ain't, then I got some major problems because I feel like, because right now I already feel like I'm behind. You
behind on what?
Financially. And the biggest reason for that is
you said you got $50.
I heard
you 25?
Yeah.
All right. You said you heard me say what?
I heard you. I heard you just saying like, I think on your channel you say, um, where you'll be like, man, a lot of people don't have. Oh, nah, my bad. When you say when other people see social media and then they be feeling like that they're not doing enough, that's what I feel like that's happening to me, especially like, with this generation, you see somebody else that's making a lot more money than you, and then you compare yourself, and that's what I be doing because I feel like I'm kind of competitive.
Stop
I'm like,
feeling.
damn,
Stop feeling. Stop comparing yourself to scripted content online. Stop looking at people on Instagram and TikTok and comparing yourself to them. Little do you know, you're probably in a better position than they are. Stop feeling. I don't look at social media and feel no way as it pertains to, comparing lifestyles based on what I see. I might see something like, let's say, like with the situation from yesterday or the day before yesterday with the young man down in Texas. That draws some type of, feeling, but like as it pertains to materialistic things and comparing lifestyles, nah, because most of the shit you see on social media is fool. As you get older, you can see through the bullshit. As you get older, you can see a person in a pair of Wrangler jeans and a pair of Skechers, and a person who is designer from head to toe with the trinkets to go with it, and you'll be able to know the person in the Wrangler jeans and Skechers is holding more than the person with the designer. This is something that comes with time. But as a young man in social media, it's capturing you, and you can't allow it to capture you. You shouldn't feel no way when you go on. You should look at social media and just look at it as entertainment. If it's not current news, then everything else is, look at it first as entertainment and then use your best judgment going forward as far as weeding out reality shit.
And I thought, and then I don't only do that for social media. I really look at it. I do that even when I'm traveling. I go downtown Houston, and I see a young motherfucker in a nice ass car. I don't automatically assume that what is he doing that I'm not doing? Like I always think like that. I always think like, what am I not doing?
Why?
Why? Because I just I just feel like that I gotta know so I can get ahead.
Bro, you can see a motherfucker in a goddamn Hellcat. Y'all like Hellcats. I don't like Hellcats, but your generation like Hellcats. A lot of these guys in these Hellcats, it don't even be theirs. It be stolen. Right. So they stealing them? That's what they doing. I can answer that for. I can answer that for you. They stole them. All right.
True.
The people that you see in designer, it's called CPN. It's called scamming. It's called boosting.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, bro, you got to stop worrying about what other people got going on, whether it's the shit is legitimate or whether it's fool. You got to worry about yourself. You shouldn't be anywhere. I don't care if you downtown Houston. I don't care if you on Fifth Avenue in New York. I don't care if you on Rodeo Drive in LA. I don't care if you in Chicago. I don't care if you in Monaco. You should never see somebody else and feel less than a person or wonder, well, what they doing? How he driving a Ventador? How is he driving Hellcat or him driving Cullinan, or how is he able to afford a duplex penthouse in the same building as Lonzo Ball? These things shouldn't even be a thought in your mind. You know why? I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's always gonna be somebody better, and there's gonna always be somebody with more. Your whole thing is you should be whatever your goals are. You set your goals. You should be chasing your goals. You shouldn't be trying to keep up with the Joneses and worry about what they got going on. What you can do is you can admire things, and instead of wondering how they got it, you know what? I like that. What's that new Lamborghini? That Tatario? I like that.
Yeah.
Let's start with a T.
The name of
the Tatario, the Tatario, whatever it is. Instead of being like, I wonder how this individual got that, be like, I like that. Let me focus on my goals, or let me push harder so that I can acquire one day. Because to me, wondering how this, that, and the third, to me, that's like a form of envy. That's like a form of hate. Whether they got it legitimately or illegitimately, the thought is to admire it, compliment the individual, compliment the person. That's a nice car. And then set a plan to acquire it yourself. Anything else to me is hate.
But see how I looked at it, you know, like hating, because I was like, shit, I wasn't like, oh yeah, I just know that car rented. It looked like it's rented. He ain't gonna, he don't look like he got no money, like.
But you can't.
I didn't see it. It's like, hey, I was just looking at it like, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm like, this dude probably doing something that I'm not doing right.
Not necessarily.
I'm doing everything right.
Not necessary.
You know,
everybody can't be rich, bro.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So me personally, I feel like I gotta be. And rich for me, like, you know, $10 million, I'm cool. I'm cool with $10 million, I'm cool.
If you gotta be, then you gotta get to work. Then you can't be sitting up there wondering about how another person got this or got that. You gotta create a plan and get to work.
You're right.
You said you had some money, but you tricked it off on the Breedogs. So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I did.
Yeah. So then you can get it, and then you can end up like Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
If you ain't playing with a bag, you had a little bag, and you didn't have the discipline to do right with that. You saying 10 million? What you gonna do with a 10-piece nugget? If it's for you, it's for you. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I went through a lot of shit in my 20s that I can talk about now because hindsight is 2020. That now I know why I went through those. Those were things that were building me up for what God had in store for me later on, which was business, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if I wouldn't have went through those things when I was presented with these opportunities and this blessing, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. There was a lot of things I did in my 20s. I fucked up money in my 20s too. So when I was presented with an opportunity, blessing, I was way more. I know what it's like to have a lot of money and then lose it gambling and shit like that. I've been there.
For me,
so
I'm gonna be honest. It was mainly just credit cards. Credit cards that was kind of my thing back then. I was a little bit irresponsible with my credit cards, but I was making enough money to pay them off in time, and so, you know, I would damn near max it out and pay it off right before the due date on it. Like I was constantly doing that,
Well,
doing it a
if you
lot.
using your credit
And
cards
you
to
know,
that point, that means you buying shit that you can't afford.
exactly, that's what it was. I was buying shit that I couldn't afford.
So, was those cards American Express cards?
Yeah, right now I got 2 American Express credit cards. I got
What
2
was at
Capital
that
One
time? At the
cards.
time, was there American Express cards that you was using?
Oh yes.
Well, then in that case, you got to pay them off. But here's the thing: could you have bought those things cash or with a debit card with money that was coming out of a bank account?
That's on my debit card, honestly.
Well, just money that you had saved. Excuse me. Well, clearly you had the money, but it still sounded like you was buying shit that you really. Well, no, you didn't have the money because
Didn't need.
paid to pay this shit off. So if you know, that's discipline, bro. You young, you 25. You know, I get it, but I don't get it. But I'm gonna tell you this: if you're gonna come into business, then you gotta lose that. You're gonna need more discipline, and you keeping up with the Joneses. Like sacrifice. You can't be worried about how another person did this or how another person did that, or you know, some motherfuckers is out here scamming. Some motherfuckers is out here trust fund babies. Some motherfuckers out here fucking around and got lucky. Some motherfuckers out here worked really, really hard and built something at the right time and sold it. Some motherfuckers out here created, saw a void in the marketplace and created something. So you got people from all different walks of life, bro. You know? And you can't sit up here and spend time and waste brain cells and energy wondering why another motherfucker did that shit. Shit going like wondering why he got it and I don't. Nah, bro, that ain't player, bro. We don't do that. That's some sucker shit, bro. That's some sucker shit. You gotta get that up out your heart, pimp. You gotta get that up out your heart. That's just like the brawl. You see the brawl, you like the brawl, but you don't, man, the brawl ain't never gave you no tick. But she gave another dude some tick. So now you trying to figure out what buddy ass got that you don't got. Nah, bro. We don't know. Nah, bro. Cut that shit out, bro. Now. Cut that shit out now, bro. Carve that shit up out your heart. Get that up out you, pimp.
You right.
Get that up out you. That's some sucker shit right there, bro.
Now I became more disciplined. Now, just even with the small things, it really started in like at the end of 2025 because I really told myself, I was like, shit, I need to build a lot more discipline. Discipline for real before, I hit my 30s. And so I hit my 30s and I'm still lacking discipline, And when you lack discipline, that shit shows. It shows.
Yeah. You
and I seen that with a lot of guys that I work with out here with a lack of discipline. So, I did the little things, even make up my bed every morning. Before I leave. Have my clothes already laid out every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Every morning before I get up to work, like every little thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even down to the money, I track it every day. Like, because since I'm out here, I don't really have to spend no money. I don't have to spend a dime. So I don't got to pay for no food. I don't got to pay for anything.
That's what I'm saying.
It really ain't no reason for me to save.
Playing with you, well, you are, but you should just keep stacking it and just be disciplined, bro. And if you want to start a business, I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't. You know what I'm saying? I think I told you that earlier. But some of these character traits that you got to get that about you before you come into business. And then you got to realize too, you're only 25. a lot of these guys that you see online that's in their early 20s, you know, everybody can't be Casanat. Everybody can't be a streamer, bro. You know, the average person doesn't really get a chance to really live, as far as financially, don't really see that until they get into their 40s. That's a known fact. Like most people, they don't really financially 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one second. Check.
Yeah, I'm here. You say most people strive when they're in their 40s, for real? The average, okay. So, if but yeah, no, I was just wondering just to see, you know, if you gotta be a decent calculated move for me or not. But what I think I might do, you know,
Check.
uh,
I'm listening.
yeah, but I think what I might do is I can switch my schedule to, like, you know, I would want to switch my schedule to 30 and 30, working 30 days and being off for 30 days,
Mm-hmm.
and, you know, doing it part time, doing it part time for a little bit, and, you know, I'm still keeping my job too at the same time. Uh, but the thing is, I feel like doing something like that is gonna be a grind. It's gonna be a full time type of, you know, business, you know.
Well,
And
it is gonna be
I got
it is gonna be a full-time business. So
right. So I was just wondering just to see if I, you know, if I go all in, because I feel like I got a good little bit of leverage, and because I don't got no credit card debt, no car loan debt. Only thing I got is a phone bill, car insurance, and I gotta pay for my license and keep my license renewed every year for my merchant mariner's credentials, and that's it. That's all. That's all I got. And maybe like a Netflix subscription or something, you know what I'm saying? But so, and And if I want to, I can always. I feel like I can really always come back to this because with this particular job, it has a high turnover rate. Everybody quits. Everybody comes back. People like it's constantly new people come into this industry.
Always.
So always,
But get that up
as
out.
long as oil moving,
Mhm.
long as oil moving, I can't see this industry going down.
So why you gonna leave it then?
Because there's gonna be a lot of wear and tear on my body, and eventually, when I get older, I will want to own. I will want to own more of my trucks, have multiple trucks, because I don't want to be in the truck forever. I'd rather be in the truck while I'm young and own them so I can be at home with my family and try to be home with family more. You know what I'm saying? I'm basically wanting to get most of my 20s and 30s built up so I can support a family in my 40s.
Okay.
So that's basically the way. That's kind of my goal. I ain't saying retiring in my 40s. Personally, I don't want to retire until I'm 50s, 56, 50, late 50s maybe.
You just said you wanted to.
Sound kind of crazy,
bro.
Yeah, I know, but I kind of want to retire at that. I kind of want to retire at that point.
Listen.
I can't be 60 years old and still, I don't know.
If you got $10 million, don't necessarily mean you retired. That just means your money working for you.
Right.
One breath you saying you feel like you supposed to be rich, but then now you telling me you want to work till you're 50. That don't even make sense.
I don't know.
Listen to what you saying, bro. I'm listening to everything you saying, bro. I'm
Right.
listening to everything you saying.
Mm-hmm.
Earlier you said
Because
you supposed to be, but then now
right.
you saying you want to work till your 50s.
Yeah, late 50s. You don't think that's possible?
I thought you wanted to be rich. I thought you said you felt like you was supposed to be
But
rich.
wouldn't you be right? But at the same time, though, wouldn't that be possible if you work until you're 50 straight? Until you're in your 50s? Like, you telling me you won't be rich?
I thought you wanted it sooner. I thought you wanted it sooner. I thought you wanted it sooner.
It kind of is assuming, but like
You're 25.
not like that.
50
Yeah.
is another 25 years. Listen, what you saying ain't making no sense now. You looking at other people.
Yeah.
Listen,
Think about it.
Listen. You looking at
That's
other
why I'm
people's.
closer than I thought.
Listen to me. You already admitted to watching other people's shit and then questioning yourself. That lets me know you want instant gratification. You also said that you feel like you deserve and you feel like you should be rich, at least $10 million. That's kind of another instant gratification thing. And then now you say you don't want to retire until you're in your late 50s. Explain to me how all this kind of coincides with each other.
No, I mean, let's just say, only way how I can think of it is, let's just say I get one truck. Let's just say that truck makes, just the estimate, let's just say the truck makes $200,000, not profit. That's just gross. 200, but let's just say it makes 200,000. So
before you finish telling me this, hold on. Before you finish telling me, the 10 million coming from trucking, right? 10 million coming from trucking.
No, $10 million net worth.
But
net worth
built from trucking.
Built from trucking, yes.
Okay, finish saying what you gonna say.
So let's just say if the truck makes $200,000 And, of course, that's going to be gross. So first truck makes about 200, right? And of course, after all the expenses and stuff, it's probably gonna be, I'll say, after all expenses, at least 125, 125 in expenses.
including your driver, right?
Well, the first year I will be the driver the first year.
So
I will try to
125
be the
all
driver the
in,
first year.
including expenses. Got it.
Right,
Not likely,
right.
but got it.
And
Not likely, but got it. I get you. I'm listening.
right.
Right.
And let's just say, then I have to pay for taxes. I take out about a good 25 to 30, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm at like 150 now. 150 now. That can just be for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll realistically only be taking home like roughly damn near $50,000 a year. So if I can just keep at least 20% of that each year, you know what I'm saying? And then I buy a truck and just keep scaling
Mm-hmm.
and keep scaling, because I know my margin's gonna get thinner whenever you hire a driver, whenever you start scaling, the margin's gonna get more thinner.
All right.
So I will have to constantly keep scaling. You keep scaling, by getting more trucks and, doing more things outside of trucking too, like, getting I kind of want, I don't know why, but I kind of want a warehouse. I even want a warehouse, getting a warehouse. You getting into getting into more of a commercial real estate, buy, parking lots and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? I probably didn't make it clear, but I want $10 million in net worth. Net worth.
Mm-hmm.
Net worth.
Yeah.
Ain't necessarily got to be cash liquid. Cash liquid, I'll have to be busting my ass every minute. And so that's what I was meaning by that. But I know you finna break it down for me and give me the realistic reality of it. So I'm listening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your example on your truck, that's like 63% profit margin.
Right.
You said right, like there ain't no trucker out here making 63%, bro.
Oh no. I ain't saying that I'm gonna be making 63%. You said 63% of profit.
Listen. Based on the example that you gave, 200. The net 205. It's about 64% profit margin. You figure 50% is 100. What owner operator are making 63%?
63% profit margin. I don't think no operator might not be making that much. May not be making that much. Maybe if they're doing hazmat, maybe.
No.
Maybe not even hazmat.
No.
Hazmat probably like at 30. Probably like at 30 if I had to guess.
This is your example, bro. So I'm just off your numbers, bro.
Mm-hmm.
$10 million net. How many trucks you think you got to run to get that much money?
You get the $10 million?
You said net.
To net how much? $10 million.
That's what you said.
Nah, I ain't saying I said in net worth. I didn't
Oh,
say
you said
just,
net worth. Okay, net worth. Okay,
yeah, I said
okay,
in net worth.
net worth.
I
My
ain't
bad.
saying, just
My bad.
in trucking, because
Okay.
that's gonna be about 40, that's gonna be like 40 trucks,
No,
40, 50 trucks, maybe more,
way more than that,
right?
bro. Way more.
Way more than that.
Way more. You said net.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So nah, I just want $10 million in net worth. I ain't gonna just say $10 million just in trucking. I ain't saying that that's not achievable, but you know that's gonna take a lot of trust. It's gonna take a lot of trust to do that. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And also, what I was thinking, I was thinking about just going ahead and getting my CDL just to say I got it, because almost a lot of people in my family got their CDL. So I mean, they can really help me get it because I got a TWIC card too. So I feel like that can help me also in the game because a lot of people don't really got no TWIC card. I can be able to get into a lot of these government facilities and potentially maybe even land a government contract if I'm lucky. But I can't really go off just luck, really. Well, I could go off luck if I put myself in that position, yeah. But I can't just depend on that. You know what I'm saying? So
I think you need to do a lot more research, bro. I'm listening to you. I hear you and shit, but like this shit ain't realistic. What you saying?
not realistic.
Mm-mm.
All right, elaborate.
I'm just you kind of all over the place, bro. From your thinking process to what you trying to get down to your net worth and like you just I think you need to come up with a plan, a soundproof plan. I think you need to get rid of all that shit that you was telling me earlier as far as looking at other people and sizing yourself up to other people, worrying about the Joneses and shit, and decide if quitting your job is the best thing for you in comparison to quitting and starting a box truck business, right?
Right.
Do more research on the actual bit because even your example, if you had done some research, your example would have been more realistic. Your example is far from realistic. That's how I know you just either haven't done any research or your research isn't thorough. Your example is
I've
far
done just
far
the
from
basic research.
Pardon me?
I just said I just done. I don't mean to cut you off. I've done the basic research, like to know, cost per mile. I just know, when I run, I gotta know my cost per mile. How much does it cost for my business to operate? And I feel like of course I got a lot. I got a lot to learn about it and do a lot more research on it. But I was kind of, hoping that, maybe my sister or, she got a few connections also that could kind of steer me to the right direction too. But, kind of at the same time, I don't want to just depend on that one source for research. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying though. Because personally, I'm not the type. I'm not like the type of person that's, it's like talking to a brick wall. I'm not really like that type of person. But I do ask a lot of questions before I do something. That's the type of person that I am. I'm gonna ask, why am I doing this, and what is the purpose of me doing this? For most situations, you know what I'm saying. So I ain't like you. I ain't like your boy, old George.
Oh yeah. Well, you got some similarities. You got some similarities.
Me and him.
Mm-hmm.
Man, yeah.
You got some similarities.
He a little old. He a little bit older. He got me on the age a little bit.
That
You
ain't
know.
that ain't a similarity.
That ain't a similarity. Yeah, I know. I know. But I'm saying he a little older to be acting like that in particular. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I'm saying. That's just from what I see. I don't know the guy personally, but you know. Yeah. So,
Get your mind state together and continue to do research and then measure your risk. Look at your job. Really think it through. Research the business. Really think it through. Do a comparison before you pull the trigger. Just make sure if you do decide to pull the trigger, you've done thorough research and you understand what you're investing into. And then as far as you as a person, stop looking at other people trying to figure out why they are where they are or why they have what they have and why you don't. Stop doing that. It's not good.
Yeah, easier said than done.
I don't. If that's easier said than done, then that's an issue, bro.
Nah, man. Bro. I'm just joking. I ain't. Nah. If I can change it, if I can change myself within a year, then that trait, I'm pretty sure that I can get rid of in less than a year. I'm pretty sure I can switch my mind onto myself. So, but yeah, man, I appreciate talking to you, man. Appreciate your time, bro.
No problem, man.
All right.
Peace. Oh man, we had a few calls. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 people that called. We'll take one more, I guess. But we're gonna get out of here. Hello.
Hey, Mark, this is Dylan.
Is who?
Dylan.
Shalon.
Calling into the show.
No, I didn't hear you. What's your name, though?
Oh, Dylan.
Oh, Dylan. What's up, man?
Hey, I've been watching your content recently, and I'm interested in getting into box trucking. I wanted to get some of your expertise.
All right, what up?
Okay, I have about $30,000 to $40,000 to begin the box trucking journey. I kind of wanted to figure out what route I should take in terms of whether I should operate the truck myself or I should have somebody else operate it.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever did this before?
Box trucking?
Mm-hmm.
No, I have not. I haven't.
All right, stop. So now the question you asked me, I want you to answer that for yourself. Based on the question that I just asked you.
You want me to ask what?
The question you asked me, right? I want you to answer that question now based on the question that I just asked you.
Okay, so let me build the plot just a little bit more. So, I also have a next question to ask you after I answer this question. So, the reason that I'm considering not driving the truck myself, or else I would, is the fact that currently I DoorDash, and it seems silly, but the amount of hours I'm able to put into dashing, as well as like the pay over here, I'm able to take home like maybe 2,000 a week. Like that's after taxes and expenses and gas. And if I could profitably get into box trucking while still continuing to do this, that would be ideal for me. So that's the only reason I would not want to get into the truck myself.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
I'm in Missouri.
St. Louis?
Nah.
Kansas City?
Nah. I'm in Columbia.
So
where Mizzou's at.
So you're telling me, what do you gross in a week doing DoorDash?
Last week I grossed $29.50, but that's for like 112 hours. I'd go.
You African?
You said St. Croix, Virgin Islands, close. Not close, but
how many hours a day are you DoorDashing?
16. I'm DoorDashing right now.
16 hours a day, 7 days a week, I bet, right?
Yes, sir. When I have class, then like 12 to 13. But other than that, yeah, 16.
So what happens because the semester is over with now, so what is that gross going to go to now?
No, that's the gross for when the semester is out.
So what about when the semester is in?
More like 25, 24, I'd say. And I also had a next question about the type of box trucking, because I've been doing some research, and from my preliminary research, I've heard people say that I should go into Class B box trucking because there's like a barrier to entry. So there's more.
Class B is a CDL.
Sorry?
That's a CDL.
Yeah, Class B CDL.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to employ a driver, couldn't that help me? Because I would be employing somebody with like a history of driving well, as well as not, because I'm 22.
Let me ask you this.
And
Yes,
sir.
You get the box truck, right? How much money you got to invest into this business?
Well, I could do anywhere from, I could do up to 50, probably 30. Yeah, up to 50.
So you start this business, right? And let's say you start it and then I come work for you. What would you have me do?
You?
No, I'm just saying, if I came and worked for you, I'm not coming to work for you, but I'm saying if I came to work for you, what would you have me do?
Well, your expertise, or just like
I'm just a random guy. I'm just using me. Let's say Joe Schmo in the chat came and worked for you. What would you have him do?
Well, he would drive the truck. He would.
And what would you have him do?
Well, hold on. I have some of the stuff written out, because I've been watching your content for some time.
All right, enough said. Enough said. That's my point exactly.
Hold on.
You still never answered my question either.
Oh, let me answer your question then. So I know from my research, it's important to like have a set of like what's it called, procedure POS.
All right, let me help you. Let me help you out, because I see you're gonna make this more difficult than what it is. You asked me a question. Your initial question was, should you drive the truck or should you hire a driver?
Mm-hmm.
I asked you a question. I said, have you ever done this before? Your answer was no. I said, based on the question I asked you, answer your own question.
Uh, my answer to that would be there's definitely I would be handicapped in terms of fully understanding the business. I definitely get that.
So you still haven't answered the question.
I guess it would be I should drive it, right?
Okay. Why?
Because it gives me a better understanding of the business, and it helps me create the standard operation procedures and so forth.
Now, see how I just helped you answer your own question for you without answering the question for you?
Okay,
And
but can we?
the answer you gave was very eloquent.
How would I go about? Okay, so I and this seems a little redundant or kind of silly, but if I what would you do in my situation? Because I haven't yet left college. I'm still in college.
I would stay
I'm about to.
I would stay in school and continue to DoorDash.
I mean, I'm not saying I'll drop out, but I'm not.
Well,
I mean, I have one
you
more
can't do
semester.
this trucking business and be in school at the same time, full time.
Yeah, but my. Oh, and that. Thank you for saying that. 'Cause that brings me to my next question, if I may. Uh, so from my research, my preliminary research, the winter time is when freight is the poorest. Is that true? And how does that affect my entry if I did try to enter after graduation?
When do you graduate?
December.
January is always the slowest month historically.
Does that help? Does that help in terms of my ability to purchase a truck at a discounted rate?
It could.
Okay. So what would you recommend I do after graduation in terms of like the
What are
timeline?
you majoring
If
in?
I was to business or economics, I think you did the same thing, no? At least with
Yeah, but
business.
I did it in '98.
Okay. Beat me by what? 28 years?
Yeah,
38 years? Okay.
28 years.
28.
So, majoring in, if I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't have did it at all. But, no, let me stop. I would have did it because I still would have wanted my mother to watch one of her kids graduate from college. So I would have did it. I probably would have majored. I probably would have stuck with my original major. Even
What?
after my success being a successful business person. But since you majored in business, then I was gonna, like, if you were majored in something that was more STEM related, I would have continued the conversation further and inquired more. But business is just so general and so broad. Like, the only job you're gonna get with a business degree coming out of college is, which you could make a lot of money as a manager at Sam's Club and Walmart. Like, some of those managers are making up to $600,000 a year. But
Oh, yeah.
yeah, but
That sounds good.
I don't know, you sound like a really smart, I'm gonna say kid because to me you're a kid. You sound like a really smart kid. You know,
Thank you.
uh, there's no other things that you're thinking about getting into outside of this.
Well, I've looked at, I've looked before I was like kind of leaning toward box trucking. I was thinking about doing Toro rentals because I DoorDash and
So
I have some.
the two things that you're interested in are probably one of the twoest, maybe not the top two, but I know the car rental thing is like equivalent now to what box trucking was 4 or 5 years ago. That's all I keep hearing about is buy cars and rent them out. All I keep hearing now.
It's like hype.
Yeah, everything you're
Like
talking
hype
about,
without
everything
any.
you're talking about is hype. Now that's disappointing to me because you're a college student, so I would think you would be looking to build something,
I've
builders,
also.
inventors, creators.
What was that?
I would think you would probably want to build something. Like your everything you're talking about is trendy hype shit.
Well, I'm I don't try to base my living off of like trends and stuff like that. But I'm glad you said that though, because I have been looking for inspiration outside of because first of all of those things are like logistics related in a sense,
Mhm.
and also they related to stuff that I'm already in it. I'm already doing it, so I feel like I may just kind of have a proclivity to just lean toward, but I'm still young. I have an opportunity to explore. So, I mean, if you have any suggestions, I'm willing to take it because I'm hungry right now. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know you, so I don't know what you're well versed in. I don't know what you're interested in. So I can't really recommend you uh some things. The only thing I could say is, if you're looking for a career, I would recommend something that's STEM related. I mean, listen, the trucking business is the trucking business, bro. I just to me now, and this is no hate, this is no shade. I'm different than the rest of these content creators. Just because I've done it successfully, just because I do content based on my experience in building a successful moving company and final mile company, I'm not gonna just champion that shit. Me championing the box truck business to a person coming up under me, it's like to me, it's just like telling a motherfucker who come across some money in the hood to go open a barbershop or a beauty salon or a car wash, bro.
Do you feel like
That's just
you
how
feel
I,
like
I that's
my
how I feel. I think there's way more things that you can do, but I think what everybody is doing, they're clinging to the shit that's trendy and hype, right? Instead of broadening their horizons.
Okay, I see what you're saying with that, and actually, not long ago, probably like 2 to 3 days ago, I stepped back from my what the ideas I was considering, and I did some research, and the response I got was less of like giving me other options to explore, and I got more of you're not you don't need new ideas. You need to focus on ideas you have, kind of thing. So that's kind of
Listen,
a factor as
if
well.
you want to do that, do it. But
Right.
I'm not the type of person that's just going. It's the same shit, bro. There's just so many opportunities out here that people are just not thinking
Mhm.
about because they're not broadening their horizons. They're following the trends based on what they see on social media.
So, what if you were to give me just a I don't know, a few sentence breakdown? What would you recommend? Like, let's say I did want to pursue box trucking. Let's say that was my life goal.
Mm-hmm.
What what would
I
you
don't
need
think
to
this is your
see
life.
from me? You know, think it's my life goal.
No, it's not your life goal.
What do you think my life goal is?
Something bigger and better. I think it could be a stop along the way. I don't think it's your life goal.
Nice. Well, you funny. You funny.
That's funny to you? That I want better for you?
No,
10-4.
no, no, that's it's inspiring to be honest, but it just um
Listen, there's
I
nothing wrong with it, but I'm not gonna sit up here and act like it's the best thing in the world when I know it's not, bro. And I'm not talking down of it. I know it looks kind of weird because you're talking to me, but I know what it entails. And there's a reason why majority of the people fail. And I also know why so many people are interested in it because it's being marketed and it's being perpetuated to you in social media. And I understand your demographic and as far as your age demographic, y'all follow trendies because y'all want instant gratification. The two things you named, box trucking and rental cars. That's what everybody's
you're
talking about.
definitely right about that. I totally agree with you on that because
And
I have
you're a college person, bro. So I would expect more building, more inventing. I think we're in
yes.
a time right now with the technology, where the technology is at, it's one of those times where life-changing wealth can be created if you broaden your horizons. You're in a better position now than I was when I was your age, as far based on the technologies and being able to build and create something. And you're talking to me about a goddamn box truck. Not to say if you don't want to do it, don't do it, but
Thank you. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and it's you mentioned instant gratification, and I agree with you on that, because even with the DoorDash and stuff, I don't know if you ever see how they do it, but even like the ring and the sounds and the visuals, all of that is, it's like almost like it's almost like gambling, you know. And I feel like just because you're able to grind DoorDash don't mean you have the wherewithal basically to do business, because business is not instant you know. I don't know if you see where I'm coming from with that, but
it's not instant gratification.
You don't think so?
I'm 46, bro. Been in business for a long time. There at no point in business, in any business that I've built, was the gratification instant.
Mm. Well,
and that's the problem. And see how I got the truth out of you without asking you directly? I already know what you're chasing. I know what you're chasing by the things that you're interested in doing. You're a college graduate. You're well, not graduate. You're in college right now. And you're talking to me about a box truck and goddamn fucking renting cars. And all this other stuff. And I already know, hold on. I already know what it was for, but you just admitted it.
Oh, sorry. What was the what did you say I wanted?
You want instant gratification. And that's why you're not. You said, so you don't think you can get instant gratification from starting a business? I said no. You asked me the question.
But
you just did it.
I see what you're saying, but I think if I said that, what I meant to say was I recognize the pursuit of instant gratification in DoorDash and something that's not seen in business. That's what I meant to say.
I don't think. Well, yeah, there's instant gratification in DoorDash because most of the people that are DoorDash are constantly chasing it.
Yeah.
Because it's coming in and going right back out. That shit is not designed for you to build anything. I've had plenty of debates with people, and it's ignorant people. They don't know any better, but it works well for you. It's designed for a person like you because you're doing it not to supplement income, but to make money. It's like it's like what you expect a college kid to do.
And what's that?
So, to have something on the side to make income. But, a lot of people that I argue with, they're trying to build a business on it, and they're trying to like build a career on it type shit. Right. I think it's what you're doing, like how you're doing as a college student. I think that's what it's made for. College students, people who are looking to supplement income for whatever reason. But I think a person like you, notice everybody's conversation that I have is different. Your conversation I'm having with you is different from the person who called it before you. Is different from the person that called it before that person. All you guys have one common interest, box trucking. But once I get to learn each individual, my answer is always different. I told him, you know what? Him coming in the box trucking from doing what he's doing, it's not much of a lifestyle change because he's away from home. He's already accustomed to it versus most people, they're not accustomed to being over the road and what it takes to make money and be profitable. That's why a lot of those people fail. Your situation is different. Just from having a conversation with you, I can listen to you talk. I can hear how you express yourself, how you put words together, how you formulate sentences. You're a college
Do you
college
believe?
student. I
Sorry.
just think you could do, and I'm not saying trucking is like, it's not like some bottom of the barrel shit, but it is low barrier to entry.
Right. That's why I was
I didn't.
considering.
This is not what I wanted to do. This is not. Oh, I want to be a moving company. I want to go to fire. It's not what it was in the plans for me. The plans, my plans, right? But I just think we're at a time right now, and you have something in comparison to the most people that I talk to, I should say, that want to come into this industry, and you I just think you could do more.
Do you, based on your conversation here with me, do you like? Because I know a major issue in box trucking, and I know we kind of wandered away from box trucking and just more into life in general. But do you believe? Like, I think I have a pretty decent. Well, I have a good discipline when it comes to money management. I don't know if you can hear me. It's so windy, but I think I have a pretty decent habits when it comes to money management. How important is that for success overall?
Very important. That's another reason a lot of people fail, misappropriate money. Lack of discipline. It's very important.
Do you believe? Sorry. Do you believe? Because in my research, as you said, non-CDL box trucking barrier to entry. That's why there's so many competitors. Do you think that Class B, non straight back box trucking is an improvement in that sense?
Gives you more opportunity, for sure. Gives you more opportunity in comparison to a non-CDL person that's in box trucking. Sure.
Do you believe that someone with a Class B would even work for somebody like me that would have a new MC, a new?
I think a person with a Class B would take advantage of somebody like you, based on what you told me.
Okay. And how would?
Because you don't know shit, nor are you willing to learn. So you got some paper, you invest into it, you put a driver in it. There's questions that he's going to ask you that you're not going to be able to answer. There's going to be situations that are presented to you that you're not going to know how to solve. And then once that driver realizes that, right, because he is not an entry level person in trucking, a low barrier to entry, he's crossed some barrier that non-CDL guys haven't crossed. He's gone and he's taken, 120, 125 for a Class B? 106, no, it's not 160, 120, whatever it is, right? So
to get a license.
Right, to get the B. So once he realizes that you're incompetent and you're his boss, that's where you start getting taken advantage of. And the unfortunate thing is, you're depending on how smart and how clever and how more knowledgeable this person is, you may not even realize it.
So in terms of taking advantage, the first thing that came to mind is just fuel, because I feel like fuel is like, I don't know, it's a big expense I think that a driver would kind of participate in. Meaning that they would be the one checking the car, like using the car, refueling the vehicle and stuff. But they are, I'm not sure. Is this some form of arbitrage with the fuel or with the diesel, or
It don't
is
have
there?
to be with the fuel. It was a guy in my Discord who had hired some CDL drivers to run his shit. He had never done over the road before. This was early this year. And when he was telling me the numbers, and this was in a Discord full of people. So it wasn't a private conversation. So there's probably people watching right now that can vouch for that. I can't remember specifically what went on, but I remember we were going over numbers, and I'm like, yo, these numbers don't make sense. So I started to dig more and dig more, and I found out that the drivers he was running was a team. Both of them were CDL guys. In some type of way, they were manipulating the pay, the rate or something. I can't remember because this was back in January. And in that conversation, I found out, based on him telling me numbers and it not making sense and me digging and pulling information, I figured out the scheme that they were running on him.
Oh,
But the reason they were able to run it on him is because he was completely oblivious to what the fuck he was doing. Because he's never ran over the road before. He's never done it. And not only did he put a team on a truck, he put some guys that are CDL A on a box truck. So to them, it was sweet. And they was just having their way with him. It was something with the rates and the time. They were playing with the time and the rates, and he was paying them more. They were working less. They were doing something. I can't remember what it was. If anybody that was in the Discord that night when we were in there with Buddy, they remember exactly what the play was, you could put it in the chat. But similar situation like you.
And you owe it to your experience that you were able to catch, like, how the drivers would
I'm experienced. So something simple as a number, it don't make sense to me. So that's where I start to digging at. And then, some people, they'll catch on or they don't want to tell you the full extent, because now if you watch me long enough, I'm just good at it. So sometimes I have to dig to really get the truth out. And it just, when you've been doing something for so long, bro, you just know it, bro. There's been people that's come up on this channel, and in the first sentence or two, I read them their rights. They act like they deny it, but as the conversation, as long as I got them on the phone and got them on a hook, I know how to jab at them to get the truth out. I've done it. Go watch every single episode of the Call-In Show. Literally, no exaggeration. Damn near every single episode. But people eventually just started calling up here lying. And I broke them down to the truth came out. When you've been doing something for so long, bro, the smallest things they don't make sense. And then I know how to just pick a motherfucker apart to get the truth. It's good.
So let's say I was to not be interested in box trucking anymore. I said, let me look for a different opportunity that I could probably find more success in.
Bro, don't listen to me. If you want to do the box truck thing, do the box truck thing. I'm just telling you, okay, broaden your horizons. You gave me two things and both of them are trendy. Okay. So that tells me a lot, bro.
I see what you're saying. I feel like it's kind of a critique of my thinking overall, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the experience or expertise. But one issue that I was concerned with is because I gave hustling, grinding, and it's a price I'm willing to pay by any means. I gave grinding and door dashing and even other jobs and stuff like that a lot. So for the past 3 years or so in college, I've it definitely impacted my social life, and it impacted even my girlfriend. She and I, we don't do as much as we should, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so I'm really saying, how can I use the capital that I have amassed these past few years?
Let me ask you a question. What are you doing with that money now?
I have like a third of it in the stock market. Then I have like 2/3 of it in the high yield savings account.
Okay.
Sorry, my phone is talking.
All right. So you're not that.
What was that?
So you're pretty smart.
I'm pretty what?
Pretty smart.
I tried to be.
I thought you were gonna say a savings account.
No. Yeah.
So So what was
I
your
kind of
question?
wanted to get.
What
Sorry.
what was your question then?
I was just saying, I kind of wanted to get into an industry where I could utilize my sacrifice, basically.
Your sacrifice.
Well, I know you get on people for end up working is a sacrifice, but wait, is this my question?
Working is a sacrifice?
No. I said I know you've gotten onto people for saying that working is a sacrifice.
No, they said working is slavery.
Right? Yeah, I saw that video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I disagree with that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like any industry that you think could benefit from capital.
There's a lot of industries that I think you could build something with a fraction of that money that can be well more beneficial financially than this.
There you go. I think they split your tip up for you.
Thank you so much.
Chicken separate, so the whole tip was supposed to go to you.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you so much. Have a good one. You too. Sorry, I apologize about that.
Mm-hmm.
You said that I could build something with a fraction of the capital.
I just think we're in a time period where the thinkers are going to really come out ahead. I think right now, and this is the time. You have a short window.
Thinkers can come up ahead. So that would mean that. So, because I guess one reason that I probably have thought about, capital heavy business strategies is the fact that, everything comes at a cost, including having saved up money that I did.
Mm-hmm.
One of it is, it definitely impacted my network or my ability to network in a traditional sense, having to be on the road so much. So that's a part of my net worth, really, which is, the network, has been reduced by doing this. And even maybe, I've got, even while doing this, I keep good grades in school, but maybe I could have taken on more like relevant topics or courses, or met more professors, did more groundwork in a different field.
What
different field, but different.
What? So you just got a general business degree, but I'm pretty sure 4 years ago, 2026 now, 2022, you didn't get the business. You didn't major in business with the mindset to start a box truck business, right? What was your initial business idea, which led to you majoring in business?
Well, I initially was studying, and I know you're going to tell me that this is a bad choice on my end, but I initially was studying engineering, actually, electrical engineering. That was my first.
Yeah.
My first.
Yeah.
And what led me to business was actually a professor and my love for economics. I really love economics, and that's what led me into business.
Mm. Mm.
Oh, you asked me what was my
No, you said you majored in electrical engineering. I think that was a good major.
Yeah, it was a good major, but I would also say that recently it's been value has been depleted a little bit with AI,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it may have been a good major. I just trying to figure out where to go from here in terms of, there's been opportunities where I could have taken on internships that and that's the next thing too. And for me, my priority isn't like I'm not obsessed with this living standard. I'm more obsessed with seeing what I can achieve. Like I get high off of seeing what I can achieve. That's kind of my thing. So I don't know if I would want to just get a corporate job. Not because a corporate job isn't enough, just because I'm the type of person that likes to overexert and exert, you know?
Mm-hmm. Build a business. Build a box truck business. That's what you want.
I'm man, forgive me, but I feel like I feel a little conflicted here.
Why? Because I challenged you
Well,
to broaden your horizons?
No. I welcome a challenge. I guess the question would be, from you having experience of box truck business, obviously having mastered the box truck business, what is there a opportunity? Is there an opportunity? Because I know, as you said, you feel like there's massive horizons in this age with all the technology we have and so forth. Is there enough? Is it worth entering it? Basically, in simple terms, is it?
Depends on the individual.
Depends on the individual.
Once again, I'm not like none of the other guys. They're gonna tell you yes because there's something that it's they're incentivized with a product or so to do so. I'm not. The only thing I can tell you is the truth. That's gonna be on the individual. My thing with you, based on talking to you, is I think, and this is based on everything you said. You're chasing instant gratification. You gave me two options, two idea options, and both of them are very, very trendy. Car rental, which is the top thing everybody. Last year it was bread truck or dump truck. This year it's the rental business, the car rental business. The year before that and going forward, prior, box truck business. Box truck business still is very trendy, just not on YouTube anymore, more so on Instagram and TikTok now, but it's still one of the top 5 trendy things to do. The car rental thing is number 1 right now. So you didn't tell me you wanted to build some type of this. You didn't say, Mark, I've been doing DoorDash and I make $3,000 a week doing DoorDash, and I see a void in the marketplace that I think I can build something on that can make it more efficient and more robust for DoorDashers. This app that can, do this or do that. That's the type of answer I'm looking for a person who's in their senior year of college. I'm looking for you to tell me where you found a void in the fucking marketplace, where the competition is nowhere near what the competition pool is, and turn into a box truck business. I'm looking for you to be a visionary. I'm not looking, based on the conversation I'm having with you, for you to follow the trend of every other fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry.
I can't tell you exactly how I came up on box trucking and stuff.
I know how you came up on it. The internet.
What was that?
The internet. Box trucking and rental car business. 2 of the top 5 most trendiest things to start. Number 1 and probably number 3 or 4 right now. I know how you came across it, the internet.
And you think a better alternative, as you said, is finding a gap in the market, someplace where I could serve others?
I'm just saying, at least add something that's more, that required a little bit more thought. Something that's there's a it's not trendy. Something that you can build, that there's there's a void in the marketplace that you could fulfill. But if you want to do the box truck thing, do it.
What was that?
If you want to do the box truck thing, do it. All I did was just tell you to broaden your horizons.
Okay, and next thing I would say is this, right? It's easy. Like, so when I did college, right? That's 4 years. 4 years of a good excuse, meaning that like I could have been I could have been like I'm in college right now. You know, you can't expect me to start this whole business that's gonna, take up all of my time. I have a good excuse as to not enter into business. You know, it's a good excuse, but it's an excuse nonetheless, right? I feel like being like I need to find like a more innovative business might be a good excuse for me to just not do anything at all. You know. So how do I avoid that?
What do you mean not do anything at all?
It just is a good way to be like, I'm not ready yet. You know, I haven't found my thing, and next thing you know, I'm 30 and I'm still not ready, kind of thing. You know. So like, I'm trying to figure out how to avoid that kind of trap.
It's not necessarily a trap. I didn't find my thing until I was 30. Literally, I was 30.
Okay.
So all through my 20s, I was just experimenting with different things. A lot of the things that I was experimenting with and going through just the trials and tribulations were all things that were preparing me for what was in store for me. I'm saying that I can say that now. Like looking back, I can say, okay, this is why this happened. This is why that happened. All this shit shaped and molded me and prepared me for this. Without this, I wouldn't have had the discipline and the understanding when this opportunity presented itself. All right. So, everybody's different, bro. Everybody's different. The guy that called in before you, he has the same amount of capital that you have, but mentally he's not there. He's worried about what other people are doing and why they got shit and he don't got it. So mentally he's not there from a discipline perspective.
24.
Everybody's different.
Number 24.
So if it's something that you want to, if you're calling, whatever your calling is, it doesn't happen until you're 30. That doesn't mean you're behind. That's just mean that from 22 to 30, you were just being prepared for it, so that when it's presented to you, you'll be prepared for it. All the
I agree with you.
qualities and the characteristics and everything to strengthen to ensure that you're successful is already in place. You went through all the trials and tribulations in preparation for this moment. What's for you is for you, bro.
I agree with that.
What's for you is for you. But like this goes back to more instant gratification shit. 30 is young, bro. As long as you're going throughout your 20s, you're working, you're building, even if you start the box truck business and you make it, or let's say you don't make it, that experience, you should have learned something from it. Hopefully you haven't put yourself in a situation where if, let's say you started, it doesn't work, it puts you behind the 8 ball. But still, that's an experience, and the beautiful thing about it in your situation is you still have a lot of time. I've had people come up on this channel in 40s and 50 that have listened to people mislead them. They've taken money out their 401k, they quit their job, took an early retirement with penalties, came in, put it all into a box truck business and failed, and now here tricking at truck stops. I swear for God, I'm not making this up. It's in the content.
Horrible.
And, at 40 and 50, being fucked up out here in these streets is like it's harder to bounce back. That's why when people ask me certain things, I'm not don't do goofy shit because I don't want to never be fucked up out here in these streets. You are 22. So you got time. Still make good, wise decisions. Right? But you have time.
Yes, okay. What was your question?
I didn't ask you a question. I was listening to you. I was talking, but
26. I guess. Well, I would also say you said I have time, but I feel like I see like a difference in how much productivity I have when I set a goal versus when I don't. Like for instance, if I spent the last summer door dashing and I didn't do any research on anything. So like I didn't build any knowledge or anything. So I kind of didn't progress. But now as I was, interested in box trucking, I mean I've been interested in box trucking for a bit. But
you
now as
gained
I kind of
knowledge. You
wrap up
gained
my
knowledge when you was in your class.
what was that?
You gained knowledge last year. You took classes last year, right?
Yeah.
So how do you gain no knowledge?
Well, at least the rate is different.
What are you talking about, bro?
Well, I'm saying that like I guess it goes back to me saying that when I kind of take a back seat and kind of let life happen in the sense of, I eventually gonna figure it out. I tend to move at a much slower pace in terms of knowledge and experience and stuff like that. But when I kind of set a goal, I feel like I tend to learn more quickly.
Because you're working towards something. Most people don't set goals. That's why I tell people to set goals and milestones, because now you're working towards something. I got a goal to, let's say, run a marathon. Like last year, the marathon, Chicago Marathon's in October. All right, in May we start training. My first task is to run a 5K. I had to condition myself to get to that point. 10K. I'm going through all the shin splints. The bottom of my feet are fucking peeling and all this shit. My body is trained. I'm going through all the pain, the joint aching and all that shit, bro. I have a goal. By any means necessary. I'm disciplined. Anybody that knows me that will tell you. Anybody that knows me will tell you I'm very disciplined. No matter how hard. Once I set the goal, we're going to accomplish it. No matter how hard or how painful it is. But this is why. Because you set a goal. And if you are a person who is goal-oriented and disciplined, by hell or hot water, you're going to do whatever it takes. You become obsessed with accomplishing that goal. Everything it takes to accomplish that goal, you're going to do it. And this is why you see the results. Versus people who are non-goal-oriented. All you see around.
So what would be my 5K?
All you see with those people is chaos.
I agree with that. I have people like that in my life.
All right. So this is the difference. This is why people who are goal-oriented, who plan, they're over here. And people who aren't are over here.
So if I did,
You don't got many people to talk to, do you, big dog?
in terms of like mentor kind of thing.
I guess, or just big homies or whatever, or business people, or.
No, I would. Yeah, I don't. I don't.
What else you got for me?
Well, I was asking you, and if I kind of stepped back and I said, let me not focus on a particular business necessarily, but I do want to build a successful person's mentality or a successful person's, toolkit. What would be my 5K in a sense? Like, how would I know you wouldn't know exactly, but you could kind of just give pointers.
What type of toolkit?
What would be?
What type of toolkit?
Just a successful person's toolkit. And I know that's broad. I know it's about as broad as a business degree, but like, how can I set goals without determining my destination? I guess that.
If you have to build a successful business person toolkit.
So what was that?
You said if you had to build a successful business person toolkit, what would that look like? Is that what you asked me?
Yeah. Yeah. How would I build that?
Discipline.
What would your suggestions?
Discipline. That would be your hammer. Sacrifice. That would be your Phillips screwdriver.
Hello. Okay, I'm still here.
I'm answering your question.
All right.
Having a strong mindset. That would be your flathead screwdriver. Patience. That would be your drill. And knowledge. That would be the toolbox itself that carries all of that shit.
I like that analogy. I feel like I need to find different ways to gain knowledge other than the traditional, educational system, because I feel like it's not necessarily built to equip you to take action right away.
You get knowledge from higher learning, right? But you get knowledge from seeking it, right? Outside of your schooling, your lectures. And I'm gonna be honest with you, and you're probably not gonna want to hear this, but you get knowledge with wisdom. And that takes time. Me at 46, I'm way smarter than I was at 36. Because I've experienced more. I've experienced more in the world. I've learned more. I've seeked more. More has come to me. I've been in networks with people that are more well-versed in other industries than me, right? And we have reciprocated or bartered information because they needed something from my skill set or my knowledge base. And I needed something from theirs. Conversations like this, obviously, is more value for you. No knock. It's just what it is. But it's more value for you in this conversation. It's valuable for me too. So wisdom, time. So if I would have started my business right at 30, not at 30. I started at 30. Let's say if I would have started at 20, I probably would have failed. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Not because I lacked the work ethic. I lacked the financial discipline. There was a lot of financial discipline lessons that I went through in my 20s. That was my biggest. That was what God was prepping me for. I had to get certain shit up out of my system. It's things that I did in my 20s that prepared me from a financial perspective as far as the discipline is concerned, that when I got into a situation where I'm playing with a lot of money and I'm responsible for paying other people, I cannot fuck this money up. I don't want to be the person they say, oh, he does bad business. So that's what I had to conquer, unbeknownst to me and what was going on in my 20s.
Financial discipline.
Financial discipline. It took time.
What was that? No, it took time.
It took time.
Well, I guess I have two questions. One is, if you were so I'm in I think it's a 6-hour radius of Chicago, and I know Chicago is a major freight hub. Is relocation likely to be beneficial, or is it or am I close enough to reap the benefits without the consequences?
I really can't speak for Columbia, Missouri. But I mean, comparing it to Chicago is no comparison. No,
Right.
not trying to shade you or anything. I can't speak for your market, but I mean, my market is more opportunity, more money here. But relocating is a big, huge transition, bro. Columbia and Chicago is cost of living is day and night.
Yep, I was looking into that. I think they said housing, which would be my biggest cost, is up to. I think they said it's 80% higher. Yeah, so
You would know better. I haven't compared the two. You obviously done the research, so I take your word. So it could be a big transition, and doesn't necessarily mean. There was a guy that I was coaching in my Discord who, he migrated here. He's from another country too, black. He's been in. Actually, he called in yesterday. He kind of lost his way. People lose their way. They get mad at me because I'm hard on them, but for good reasons. And then they go out, and then they always have to come back. But he kind of was having a hard, difficult time in the moving business here in Chicago. And I keep telling people, like, Chicago's a tough market. It's a tough market for business, bro. Everybody here is a shark. Cost of living is high. Everything is high. So if you want a good quality of life, like, ain't no fucking around. We're dogs, for real. This ain't no, I'm not trying to say we better or we more killers than the next. It's just certain people that come from certain markets. It's not, we don't have a choice, bro. Right? It's either sink or swim. So yeah, you can come up here and there's opportunity, but like this person, he was having a hard time trying to navigate. Everybody's looking to take advantage of you. So you have to, if this is something that you want to do, you have to you got to understand the transition. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to come into the market as a businessman and reap the benefits of what you would think a business person who's opening a moving company or whatever in Chicago was just going to reap immediately. It just don't work like that. You got to know the lay of the land. You got to understand all this shit matters. He had to learn the hard way, right? And then the cost of living. You got to, be able to maintain, sustain a business and deal with the cost of living in this city. And plenty of other things that I'm not going to go into detail. So I just don't want you to think, oh, I'm just going to come to Chicago and run it up. It's a possibility you can, but it's not going to be that simple. If I went to New York, it would probably be easier for me to transition to New York than you because I'm coming from a larger market. But New York is 3 times the size of Chicago.
okay.
You see what I'm saying? So there's going to be some adjusting that I'm going to have to do. Right? So it's just not going to be going to Chicago with my information. I'm going to run it up. No, because what I know about New Yorkers, we slick in certain things and we the big dogs in certain things, but in certain things they slicker than us.
In certain things, New York slicker than y'all.
You said what?
Chicago.
In
certain things, New Yorkers are slicker than Chicago.
Yes, and I'm not the type of person where I'm just big headed and all. I know that. I know that. There's certain things they way colder than us in. And I know I'm going to have to adjust. Or they're going to eat me alive. Just because I'm from the crib don't mean that I can go to New York with the information that I got, the knowledge I got, and run it up. No, because there's some shit out there that they colder. That's they shit. And I understand that. I ain't never finna go there and knowing this motherfucking market 3 times our size and shit like that and thinking I'm going to be able to necessarily just automatically be able to accomplish in this market what I've done in Chicago. No, I'm not that naive. I'm going to respect the land. I'm gonna do my due diligence. I'm gonna check in. I'm gonna rub shoulders. I'm gonna do my due diligence.
Rub shoulders, like in the context of box trucking, is that like contacting local businesses, or is that more?
It's a lot of money here in Chicago. But you still got to understand the lay of the land and how to operate and conduct business in Chicago. This guy, I ain't going to tell his business. I'm going to leave that for the Discord. Motherfucker leaned on his 2 trucks. He probably watching, because I never told his story. 2 trucks, motherfucker leaned on him. Pretty much held one of his trucks hostage.
Like LIEN?
Told him to run this amount of money and then I give you your truck back. I swear to God. And the person wasn't black or he wasn't white. He was Italian. Yeah, I remember Chicago, old mob city. It's a search thing called the Chicago Outfit. It still exists. So just because you doing business, you thinking it's some regular Italian guy don't mean he ain't connected. And if it's something you do that they don't like or you think you finna do something, nah, he was one step ahead of this guy. And that's why the truck got held hostage. Swear to God, this is a real story.
I'll have to consider. This I want to rewatch this conversation. It will be available on YouTube, right?
Yeah, this one will.
Okay. Well, I think that one about relocation was my last question off the top of my head, but I really appreciate your knowledge. I'll definitely hash it out again and reconsider going forward.
If that's what you want to do, do it, bro. We just having a conversation and just getting you to broaden your horizons and just think, just talking to you. I know why you're making the decisions that you're making. Your decisions are influenced by social media, bro.
How could they not be?
Simple.
Like
think for yourself. What do you mean? How can they not be?
Well,
Think
I'm
for
not
yourself.
saying how could it not be decided by social media, but like we live in a digital world nowadays, so it's a part of even my environment that feeds into my thought process.
It's difficult for weak-minded people.
What was that?
It's difficult for weak-minded people.
Well, okay. Well, let me reframe that from almost like a contention to a question. How would you go about detoxing your mind from social media influence and going back to grassroots? How would you do that?
I mean, maybe for you, because you're younger than me, maybe cut off social media. See, I can go on social media and just look at bullshit and cut it off, and it doesn't influence me because I know it's bullshit. I know how to weed out bullshit versus reality. I know a lot of these people on the internet is fool. I know a lot of them wouldn't bust a grape. A lot of them wouldn't bust a grape in Welch's backyard. Then you got people that are perpetuating, like the previous guy, are perpetuating certain images and lifestyles that are causing, like the previous guy, to question himself and why he doesn't have what they have. And what they have may not be even real. This could be an Airbnb. This could be a Turo rental. Is there consistency with this background? Have they done content in this particular setting over a period of time to validate this actually being the home? Does this content creator move around? There's a content creator down in Atlanta. He's all over the place. He says he's renting this place, and then he says, you know what, I'm done with New York. I'm going here. Are those 28-day Airbnb rentals? See, these are things that I can look and cipher through the bullshit. No one moves around that fucking much. Person that moves around that much, okay, I got a property here, I got a property there, I got a property here. So you just jumping leases like that? You just cutting out your leases like a motherfucker. You just can't find nowhere that is comfortable.
I don't know if my expectations
So
from the
what I'm
box.
saying is I can weed through bullshit, bro. It's easy for me. I'm older. I know you're younger, so you're heavily influenced. You want all y'all want the Hellcat or you want the Lamborghini Urus. I get it. Because your favorite people that are in your age category have these things, right? But a lot of that shit is not real. Not everything. A guy like Kai or Speed, Aiden Ross, yes, those guys are real. But your random guy that pops up with 7,000 or 8,000 subscribers who's flexing and saying content creation is the way to go and lifestyle content is the way to go. Follow me on my way to the car wash in my Lamborghini and all that. Something that shit is scripted, bro. Scripted reality. Or just scripted in general to get views and likes. Some of these people sign to content houses and they are afforded the use of certain things to shoot content. It'll be a whole mansion, but they're only shooting in one room. This mansion got 6 or 7 bedrooms. And there's 6 or 7 different content creators in that content house shooting all at the same time. And there's an agency that's overseeing it and paying them. And you are believing that it's reality. It's not. You are being influenced by it, which leads you to want to get some form of instant gratification, which leads you back to more influence in trendy things like car rentals and box truck business.
From the box truck business, I never had the well. I just ran some numbers. I actually, I did. Anyways, I ran some numbers based on. No, I don't have a box truck or I don't know actual CPM or anything like that. But I did a theoretical CPM, a theoretical box truck. My expectation was. Let me see. I have it in my notes here. How much I was.
But going back to the whole that kind of is concerning to me. How can you not be influenced by consuming information and formulating your own? Like you have to be able to decipher real from fiction from nonfiction.
I would say that I'm fairly good at that.
Okay, and you shouldn't. If you see something online, it should not hold precedence over you like that. You should be like your mind should be focusing on your goals. That's what your whole you should become obsessed with whatever goals you have for yourself, setting out to achieve them. And if you go on social media, even if you see a peer in something that you desire, it shouldn't steer you from the goal that you're setting out to achieve. You just double tap it and keep it moving.
My current goal is a form of, because, like, I tell everybody, I don't mind doing the hard work. That's why when I talk about the whole box trucking thing, my expectation was probably to get, what was it? This estimate was $750 a week after all the expenses and stuff like that, right? That was my estimate.
$750
So
that you're gonna pay yourself?
That was my.
What do you expect the business to make then?
Well, can I give you some of the numbers rudimentary calculations? Can I give you some of them?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I estimated driving 2,000 miles a week at 60 cents per mile driver pay, 15 cents per mile reserve, and then I just estimated, fuel mileage 8.5 miles per gallon, and the total weekly cost for fuel would be $1,160. And anyways, the cost per mile shook out to being $1.51 per mile, and then I considering that I would be entering the box trucking business later on this year if I did, or at least that's the earliest I could enter it. I considered I did a bit of research and it seemed like, as you said, what's it called, box trucking freight are
So
at the
you
lead.
got a driver pay at 60 cents a mile.
Sorry, what was that?
You said you're estimating based on your mock calculations, driver pay 60 cents a mile.
And that was the figure that I settled with.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you think, I'm just asking, I don't, couldn't, like, what type of vehicle are we talking about?
Well, the truck because what I want to do is, well, what I've considered is Class B CDL trucking, and this is a Freightliner M2106.
Okay, you got to buy the truck.
Yeah, I have 30,000. This is just the.
You got to
CPM.
insure the truck.
Yeah, that's 1,500. I didn't mention that, but
You got to fuel. No. You got to fuel the truck.
Yeah, I mentioned that one. That's 1165.
You don't know that.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. That was just an estimate. You're right.
But with 60 cents per mile, and then you're looking at $1.51 cost per mile. That means all your other costs, based on your calculations, are going to be 90 cents a mile.
Which cost?
All the other costs. If you're going to pay a driver 60 cents, a mile, and you said your cost per mile is $1.50.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what type of truck, and I'm just based on, I mean, this is mock, but I'm just curious, like, how did you come up with these numbers?
Well, the numbers were inspired by, I watched a few. I did a bit
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you,
YouTube.
what with the $750 you're looking to pay yourself, what was the business going to make?
Well, for me, because I've heard you say that before. For me, when I think of what the business is going to make, I think of what reserves do you have.
I'm just answer the question, bro. What was the business? If you got hard numbers based on a mock calculation, what was the business going to make? You can tell me that you wanted to make $750, but you can't tell me what the business in your mock calculation was going to make.
Oh, 15 cents a mile. That was what I was trying to pull aside.
Okay, so what was the bid? You gave me a hard number for you.
No, well,
you said $750.
That was what I got after averaging all the other numbers I gave.
Okay, so with averaging all the other numbers, what was the business going to make?
15 cents a mile. 15.
What's the hard number? Based on, you came up with a hard number based on these per mile calculations for yourself, right?
It was $300.
$300?
Yeah. Well, that's based on the mileage.
That was a business going net per week based on your mock calculations, right?
Yeah, that's after fuel and stuff like that. That's for like repairs.
There you go. I told you. I'm good at this.
Well,
I'm good at this.
Okay.
There you go. So you mean to tell me? You mean to tell me?
20.
This is what I'm saying, pimp.
10. Something like that. 20. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Sorry, somebody was talking to me. Okay. So when you look at that figure,
that's a failing business.
That's a failing business. So you would increase the
how are you making more than the business? So you're gonna pay your driver, then you're gonna pay yourself $750, and then you just gonna business, all right, $300. This is your mock shit. So
no.
This is what you said. I asked you and I made sure. So you gonna rob from the sustainability of the business. You gonna leave the business with nothing. But
no.
That's what you said.
No.
That's
Well,
what you
okay, so
said.
can I re-communicate? Can I try to, can
Well,
I,
the truth was in the first answer. Now that I called it out, now you want to fix it. But I want the truth. I like the truth. The
well, okay,
truth
so here,
will set you free.
that's true, but the actual number that I got was 784. I just said 750 as an estimate.
So you're
Because
gonna pay
I
yourself
know that,
$784.
no, that was what I got after calculating the numbers, the estimates. Because
But
I know some weeks,
so what are you gonna pay what are you gonna pay yourself? You said $750. Now what is it now? Fix it. I'm gonna let you fix it. Come on,
I'll
fix it.
pay myself, I'll pay myself, uh, or not so much pay myself, but I would
No,
use the
based on you
money.
said you did the calculation. I only want to go off the calculation that you did, bro.
So $784 would go towards recouping the initial investment of the truck, like buying the truck. I would put it like that. $784 a week.
I didn't ask you that.
Okay.
That's not what I asked you. You told me
What
one
was
of the
your
first
question?
things you said, you did a mock calculation, and one of the first things you said was you gonna pay yourself $750. So then I asked you, well, what was the business gonna make based on your mock calculation? Then you started giving me some 15 cents, and I said, well, you gave me a hard number for what you getting paid. What's the hard number for the business? You told me 300. You told me, right?
300 because, okay, so may I ask you a question?
What's your question, man?
So when formulating a business plan, should I, if I find out that I am benefiting more from the business, do I necessarily have to go back and change the business plan to make sure that I don't
How
earn more than the business?
how are you benefiting more from the business?
So okay, so I guess from that I can ask you, is that a
I mean,
critique of the plan
you're a
itself?
business major. I'm a business major. You're a more recent
Yeah.
business major. So give me some of your business teachings in the 2020s, because my freshman year in college was 98. So you're a business major. So give me your up-to-date business, your lectures. Tell me exactly why you answered the question like that and you came up with these numbers.
Well,
Why do you think you should make more than a business?
I don't think I should. I don't. Okay, so I don't think that making more than a business necessarily indicates that it's a poor business. I would say that saying that you should earn more than a business is a bad sign. If you get what I'm saying.
So why did your business plan, based on your mock calculation, you paid yourself about 3 times more than a business, 2.5 times more?
That wasn't the objective. That was just that was
It was
because
based
the
on your
figures that I,
mock calculations because you said you ran numbers.
yeah, yeah.
So explain that to me,
Right.
business major.
I
How
guess
can a
I
business
may
sustain if
have.
it has no capital? What benefit is it of, of the business if you are draining all the capital from the business? Where's the sustainability at in the business if you've drained it?
Well, well, for me, in addition to the purchase price of the vehicle, I would have some, as you said, operating capital, because I know it takes about
Where's the
30 to 90
operating
days.
capital?
The operating capital. That's what I was talking about just then.
You took it.
No.
You took
Personally, my goal would be to have a lump sum at the beginning. Not to say that sustain me overall, but maybe, yeah. So
You're
a
missing the
lump
point.
sum would help to. Sorry, what was that?
You're missing the point.
Am I? So sorry, what's the point?
I asked you a question, you're answering, you're talking about a bunch of other shit. You came up with a mock demonstration of numbers that you was excited to tell me about. And the first thing you told me was you're gonna pay yourself $750. I know what this
Well,
industry really entails, especially like from OTR. It's independent owner operators just paying themselves $750. So now you gotta Look at the independent owner operator. Look at the driver like he's the IC for the truck, even though you own it. Where's the room for all this shit? For one, that you can pay him X amount, and then you still take damn near $1,000. Plus all the other costs that are associated with being over the road, like fuel, the truck note, the insurance, tolls.
I wasn't planning to have a truck note, but I see what you're saying.
Why wouldn't you include the truck note?
Because I plan to buy it outright, kind of thing.
See, you got a lot to learn. So you buy the truck outright, then what? You don't recoup?
Yeah, that's why I said the 784 would go toward the recouping, like the top of the.
So, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, because I can tell you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
The likelihood that you'll be able to pull out $750 a week to your pocket, pay a driver with all the other costs that are associated with being an over-the-road trucker, operating at your estimate of 2,000 miles a week, plus all the other costs is highly unlikely.
Okay.
No hate, no
So
shade.
what's more?
But I'm just being honest.
What was that?
No hate, no shade. I'm just being honest.
No. That's why I asked the questions I want to answer.
Because if you're paying yourself $750 in your mock scenario, what was your driver making?
Like 1,200, I believe, was.
So you got this guy driving all week for $1,200. You add another $750. That's $1,950. Let's just round that to $2,000. What do you expect this truck to gross in your mock scenario?
Let me go back to the. Let me check my calculations real quick. What the expected gross? Wait, it was supposed to be. Oh yeah, I went with a 1.9 times. I think it was like 1.9 times. Yeah, 3,800. I assumed a rate of 1.9. 1.9.
So you got you and him at $2,000, another $785 for the truck note, probably another.
No.
You just said it.
No, I didn't plan to have a truck note.
You just said $784 a week.
No, meaning that the money that I would get after, I would reinvest it into paying what I did pay initially, if you know what I'm saying.
No, I don't.
Basically,
I don't know what you.
Okay, so what I meant by that is if I purchase the truck outright, for it to be a solid business plan, I would have to recoup the investment. So the 784 or whatever the number would be used to recoup the investment on a personal level in a sense. But the 15 cents per mile would be directly invested back.
What do you mean
into
on
the
a
business,
person?
in a sense?
What do you mean by that?
Well, it would be the money used to recoup the 30,000 or 35 or 40 to buy the truck.
Right. So the business is going to pay you that back in the form of so what you would do is you would write the business a check, loan in a memo, and then they would pay you back depending on whatever payment structure you set up, monthly, weekly, however you do it. It's an X amount. But that business still that's considered a loan. You get the business has to pay that back. You include that into your cost per mile.
Why have I paid myself?
You said what?
I said, are you asking me
the loan payback has nothing to do with
the business,
with whatever payment you get from the business as the owner. It has nothing to do with it. Now, if you want to look at that payment as and just don't take a paycheck, fine. Probably won't be much for you to take a paycheck anyway, to be honest with you, with one truck. The biggest misconception that a lot of people have about this business that's misleading from a lot of your favorite content creators is when they say, go buy a box truck, put a driver in it, and it can be a stream of revenue. The reality is it's true you can do that, but how they make it like it's a stream of revenue is no. It's not much room for it to be a stream of revenue.
Right. You see,
it's not much room for it to be a stream of revenue. You have owner operators that are out here that can not even really pay themselves $1,000 a week because of the cost of operation week to week. It's high. The margins are low. The way you make money as a stream of revenue, the box truck business is at scale.
Sorry, excuse me.
It's at scale. Because you take a little bit off of this, you take a little bit off of that one, 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 depending on how big you get. And all those little bits combined is a lot. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Low margins. And I know the biggest cost is really the driver. That's really where the
labor and fuel.
Yeah. You see, that's the issue there, because I'm not interested in buying a job. I already have a job, and this job is less capital intensive in the sense
That's not
that,
a job.
God forbid.
That's not a job.
Sorry?
That's not a job.
Well, okay. Well, do you believe it's less of a job than trucking is?
A gig.
And why would you say that?
It's a gig.
It's a gig, okay. Why would you say that? Why you come to that conclusion?
That it's a gig?
I mean, it's a gig, but why is it not a job?
Because you can turn it on and turn it off when you want. A job, there's more discipline and structure. 9 to 5 is your schedule. 12 o'clock is your lunchtime. You work 6 weeks consistently at 32 hours or above, we'll offer you benefits. By law, we have to.
Job and structure.
There's structure. It's a job. A gig, you don't want to do it, you don't do it. You want to do it, you do it. It's a gig. Gig work, gig economy. You're on a 10.
I guess what I was saying is that.
Go ahead.
I was saying that I'm not interested in trading my gig for a different. I'm not looking for my dream job.
Well,
That's
then
not
here's
my
the thing. If you like doing that and your cost of living is low, just invest the money.
No.
Okay, well then, I don't know.
What? Okay, I'm not gonna say no, but do you see why that would probably not be appealing to me, maybe?
Because it's not instant.
I mean,
it's not instant.
What was that?
It's not instant.
Well, not so much the instant. I just feel like if I were to get to be 50, 60, I'll look back in it and be like, really, this is what I did instead of at least attempting something?
You can attempt something. You can still invest. I mean,
passively or more aggressive?
Here's the thing. You're not willing to stop door dashing to drive the truck. You just admitted that. You don't want to do that. So, and I told you what the reality, the margins, like you buying a truck, putting a driver in it, and not ever being out there, what you think you're going to get from it, you're not going to get. The moment the truck breaks down, the costs that are associated with the shit that goes on over the road, you'll probably operate at a loss.
Well, I wasn't thinking to never put any work into it. Just and I'm okay with.
Listen, bro, if you're not willing to get behind the wheel of that truck at any given time, then don't do it. If DoorDash is more important, like you've repeated over and over and over and over and over again, don't do it.
Do you feel like I've repeated that DoorDash?
Yeah,
well,
you said.
For me, DoorDash is more of a.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is no cap.
Mm-hmm.
If you're grossing it's hard to believe, but if you're telling the truth, you're grossing $2,900 a week, and you said you're walking away with how much after cost?
Well, last year I paid about 10%, 11% in tax. And fuel, I drive a fuel efficient vehicle, so
How much
I
do you
feel like
how much are you netting a week, bro?
let's go with 75%.
I don't want to go 75 nothing, because earlier when you first called in, you bragged and said you was making 2,000 and something. I already know what
I
you
was
told me
not
earlier.
bragging.
I just
I
want
was not bragging.
Okay, but here's the thing. I play little mind games.
Okay.
I already know what you told me at the beginning. It's a reason why I asked you again to see if the story would be consistent. Now you're not telling me exactly what you told me very confidently at the beginning when you called up. Now it's the taxes and If this the number, it's the number, bro. No matter how many times I ask you the question.
It varies.
Hold
it
on.
varies week by week.
Listen to me, bro. See how all this is extra? This is not what you told me at the beginning, bro.
Okay, I guess let me ask you this.
The beginning you
why
called
did,
in like, man, I do DoorDash, man. I make $2,400 a week after all said and done. That's what I do. That's what you said.
And if I work like 100 plus hours a week, yeah, that's definitely the case. If I work less,
How much do you net a week, bro, on average doing DoorDash?
This past summer, it's been 28 and above.
How much?
28 and above net. I mean gross.
Gross or net?
Gross.
How much do you net? For the fifth time, how much do you net, bro? On average.
And at 28? Let's go at 28.
I'm not going with nothing, because 20 seconds ago you said that was gross. Now you're telling me let's go with it as net. You can't be gross and net.
No. Are you asking? I was asking. Are you asking me?
Do we got to rewind it to the beginning when you called up here confidently with your numbers, and now we an hour into the conversation, an hour and a half into the conversation, your numbers ain't the same, bro?
1950 on 28.
So now we done went from 1928 to 1950, but at the beginning of the conversation,
No. 1928 was never. So what?
It's crazy. All right, you know what we're gonna do, bro? And I don't never do this, but your numbers ain't consistent, bro.
Look, if you want to, I'll send you the screenshots to your personal
I don't
number.
want to see the screenshots. I just want to know. All right, tell me what you grossing. What'd you gross last week, bro?
Let me go through them right now. I'm currently on my phone, so let me show you. Let me not show you.
All right, tell me what.
Look at it.
Non-CDL box trucking.
Last week, 2967. The week before, 3075. The week before, 2625, 2684, 2536.
So after 29 and 3,000 and all this shit, how much of that? How much does you think it's cost you a week to operate?
$100 max when it comes to fuel.
What type of car are you driving?
A Prius.
All right. So let's say you averaging about $2,800. I'm just gonna give you 28. Fuck it, bro.
Gross?
Net, bro.
No. I don't do 2,800 net. With after taxes. After taxes, definitely not.
Okay. 25 then.
Sure, we'll do that. We can do that. Yeah.
Just keep doing what you're doing. You're not gonna make that in a box truck. You're not gonna make that in a box truck if you was driving it net, right? You definitely not gonna make it if you buy a box truck and put a driver in it. If you're making $2,500 take home after all expenses doing DoorDash, which is pretty unbelievable, but I'm gonna take your word for it.
Yeah.
You're not gonna make that if you drove the truck yourself take home. You damn sure ain't gonna make nowhere near it if you put a driver in it. So
I guess that would be more of like a supplemental income source then.
So the business is going to be supplemental to what's actually designed to be supplemental. Okay, fine.
Well, I would have done it the other way, and I'm not writing it off. I'm just telling you my thought process. I would have
If you
done it
had
the other way.
$2,500 a week, pimp, and your
Mm-hmm.
cost of living is low. How much of that $2,500 are you spending personally?
I allocate $300 a week. But I don't usually even spend that much. Well, I would say with rent, maybe 1,000 a month. 12. Probably
If you net
closer to 12.
$2,500 a week, that's $130,000 a year, bro.
I haven't hit that yet because I did like 103 last year, but yeah, school, but yeah.
So I think you know, if you want to get a box truck, pro, get a box truck. But I'm telling you one thing: you put a driver in it, the results that I think you're expecting, you're not gonna get them.
So you don't believe that the whatever investment, including my time and so forth, is not worth the additional. Let's be very conservative.
I mean, if you
And say
wanna listen to me, if you wanna do all that to maybe take away a few $100 a week, maybe be my guest.
okay.
You got one truck.
I mean,
So you got two people that's got to eat off one truck. The business still got a cash flow. Meaning the business got to eat. The business shit gonna happen, pimp. Truck gonna break down.
yeah.
I'm not
And that's what
hoping
a
it is.
15 cent.
Listen to me. It's gonna break down.
Okay.
You're gonna
Okay.
need tires. Truck gonna break down. Truck break down. You got a driver. Whose responsibility is it to put him in a hotel? Put him in a hotel. You get it towed. It's your responsibility. It goes to some little bitty shop in the middle of nowhere. Guess what? They're going to gouge you. Why? Because you don't have no choice. But you're going to get it towed another 150, 200 miles? No, you're going to leave it there. Guess what? They're going to tell you, well, we the only diesel shop for the next 100 miles. It's going to be about a week till we get to it. You got a choice. You're going to either keep him in a hotel for a week. He ain't going to want to sit in the hotel for a week because he's going to probably be black and he's going to be in the sun downtown and he's going to say, get the fuck out of here. So guess what? You're going to have to put him in an Uber or put him in a cab. They're going to have to take him 150 miles to the nearest town or 200 miles to the nearest town, to the nearest airport. You're going to have to book him a flight. You're going to have to fly him back to wherever the fuck it is he came from. And then guess what? And a week later, when they call and tell you, hey, we looked at the truck, this is what's wrong with it. It's going to be this much. You're going to have to pay it. And guess what? When the truck gets ready to get picked up, you're going to have to fly down there. Or you're going to have to fly him back down there to pick it up. But guess what? It's in the middle of nowhere. So that means you're going to have to fly into the major city and take a cab 100 and something miles out to the middle of nowhere. You got to pay for that. And that's trucking.
So I guess my question to that would be, is either I'm in the ideal position and I should capitalize on my opportunity, which I personally don't necessarily believe, or this trucking business isn't for me, you know?
I don't know if it could be for you, but the way you're going about entering into it is definitely not something I would recommend. If you came to me and you asked me for advice, I would definitely steer you away from it based on how you want to enter.
So you're fine with so you feel like it's a better idea to not make my current income and enter into it,
Listen,
you know, like
no, that's not what I'm saying. See, you want me to make the decision for you. I'm not going to do it.
no, I'm just
Listen,
picking your brain a bit.
don't invest into things that you don't understand. A part of understanding it is actually understanding it, actually doing the work to understand it. You're not willing. There's too many red. Like you don't want to do it. You don't want to get out there. You want to do DoorDash. You want to put somebody behind the wheel. I understand the margins. The margins are very small if you are an owner operator yourself behind the wheel. You putting a driver behind the wheel and you're doing it so that you can make money off the truck. So now there's 3 entities that got to eat off that truck after all expenses. The driver has the leverage over you in many aspects. Why? Because once he decides he wants to lean on you for more money, you're obligated to give it to him, because if the truck is parked now, you make no money. You have no desire to get behind the wheel.
May I interject and clarify a little bit?
Go ahead.
For me, it's less of a thing of desire and more of like opportunity. Like
Okay, so here's the thing. If there's opportunity elsewhere that you've reiterated over and over and over again that you're not willing to separate yourself from, then more reason why maybe it, the way you're looking to enter and your idea of what you think it is versus what it really is
plastic on people.
is not,
Nothing. Just plastic for this one, please.
So
Thank you.
So. You a door dasher, bro. So you dashing right now. That's important to you. So that's what you should stick.
No, but that's no. I don't want. That's the stuff. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
But that's what it is, pimp. That's what it is.
Nah, I gonna reject that one.
That's what it is. That's what you own. That's what you doing. That's what you good. That's what you like. So do that.
Oh no,
you don't.
No, I don't.
Listen. You have no interest of getting out here.
Okay.
So
well, I guess I call you to see if what's the better way to approach it.
I told you, my viewpoint doesn't change like yours. My viewpoint is not going to change. Now, if the answers you looking for, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not the person for you. There's some content creators right down the street. They're gonna tell you everything you want to hear. They're gonna tell you go for it. Man, don't listen to Mark. You'll be fine. Yeah, it's plenty of money. You can make money in a truck driver. But Mark said, and there's gonna be enough margin there for me to make a decent amount. And man, fuck what Mark talking about. Check it out, man. Man, we can talk. Just click the link below, and then I'm gonna get you together. And then you're gonna go do it. And then you're gonna come back about 6 months later, and then you're gonna want to gossip with me on the call about how somebody else told you this, that, and the third, and that I was right, but you thought I was hating on you. You're gonna say, I thought you was a hater. And I'm gonna be like, why you thought I was me? And then it's gonna be a repeat of the same shit over and over and over again that I've been hearing for the past 4 fucking years. I've been on the phone with you for 1 hour and 40 minutes, bro. I ain't asked you for a dime. So the only thing that I have for you is the truth. I know what the numbers are, bro. If there's owner operators listen, the average gross for an owner operator, the average, not the exceptions, not the anomalies, the average. We've done the polls. I've talked to people. I'm in tune with the powers that be. Fuck what people on the internet talking about. The average box trucker that's over the road is grossing $3,500 a week on average.
Okay, and that's like a one operator.
So listen to me. That's the average. Even if you made a nickel, it's not going to be much room after you pay your driver and all your expenses. The most you'll be able to probably put in your pocket is a few $100.
$200.
If maybe. Why? Because you got to build up that pot. The business has to make. There's no reason starting a business if the business isn't making money, bro.
Money for itself or for me? I guess would be my question.
Pardon me?
I guess my question would be money for me or money for itself to keep itself operational.
Well, what about the driver, bro? You got to pay the driver.
Thank you.
You're not thinking like a business person. And this is what I'm saying, bro. Just do what you're going to do.
Hold on. Okay, so I'm no longer in the store, so I can speak a little bit more freely.
Yeah, but man, I'm going to keep it a buck with you, pimp. I hear you.
No, I know we spent a long time on the phone, and also
you not really getting it like that.
No. I think I understand what you're saying, and I kind of want to say this so you don't have a misconception of me.
Listen, I don't have a misconception of you. I know
Okay.
exactly who you are. You're a 22-year-old young man who is heavily influenced by social media, who's very intelligent, highly articulate, who unfortunately, with this higher level of education, with this great discipline that you have, right, with what you're doing for extracurricular to make extra money, the work ethic to make this extra money 16 hours a day. I know exactly who I'm talking to. I'm talking to a person who could do great things, but is thinking minimal. I know who you
So
are.
you think I should go
So what I want you to
OTR
do,
then?
what I want you to do is
Uh-huh.
after this hour and 47-minute conversation, I want you to process it, formulate an opinion, and make a decision.
Sorry.
You just said
Yes.
something right there, and it's just you just know you didn't catch it. Maybe people in the audience didn't catch it. I caught it. So
What
I
was that?
just it's just not
If I was only concerned with just
you
like
want the truck to help you make a few extra dollars. You just said, man, as long as it's bringing a stream of revenue for the business and myself, that's it. So, and that's the wrong way to look at it. It's a business. And you're looking at it as like, okay, passive income. That right there was a passive income statement. This isn't passive income. When you said that right now, 2 minutes ago, see, people in the audience didn't catch it. I'm listening to everything. Sometimes I play it off. Sometimes I say it again. Everything I do is for a reason, bro. Sometimes I'll play stupid. I'll say some shit, but I'm doing everything. There's a reason behind everything. What you just said, it told the whole tale. This is passive income for you. And at that point, this is where I check out of the conversation because this is in the passive income business. It's
but
not
do you think that I have
listen to me. It's not going to continue to give you money after week. Eventually, something's going to happen. The mindset that you have going in is wrong. It doesn't work like that.
So you believe that in order to succeed, you have to have a greater appreciation for the business beyond just.
I think if you want a half-ass thought process type business, go get a T-shirt printing business. Go get one of them T-shirt printer things and come up with some designs and sell T-shirts, bro. If you want to do this, then it's going to require way more thought, way more effort, right? And it's not passive. What you just said is something that you it's passive. This is not passive.
Do you consider being willing to put in like 20 to 30 hours a week? Let's say 20 hours a week. Do you consider that as passive, or do you consider that
if you invest $100 into something initially and it brings you $30 a week by just sitting at $100 over there, and every week I get $30 off my initial investment of $100, and I don't have to go touch it, I don't have to move it. The only heavy lifting I did was transfer it there, and I get $30 a week annually. That's passive. And it's no maintenance involved. I invest in it, I buy it. The next heavy lifting is selling it. Or I may do a little bit more heavy lifting because I may increase my initial investment more to get a bigger return on my investment. But other than that, if I put the $100 there, I just leave it. It's doing all the work. The money is doing all the work. That's passive. See, you don't understand what passive is. You think this is passive and it's not. Hold on. I'm done listening to you, bro, because we spent too much time and you don't get it. So now I got to cook and let you go.
Okay.
This is not passive. Passive is me putting $170,000 into the S&P and just fuck it.
So do you believe that over time,
Passive is me putting 200 grand into SBY and saying, fuck it. I don't even look at it for 10 years. I don't even care. That's passive. When a motherfucker called me and tell me, boss, the tire blew out. What we gonna do, boss? It's not passive. When the driver tell you, boss, fuck this shit, bro. My baby mama, she keep calling, man. I want to go home, boss. The truck is at the truck stop. The key is under the goddamn it mat. It ain't passive. Passive is me owning a real estate portfolio and paying a property management company to manage it for me. I don't even fucking know my tenants. Never seen them. Property management. If anything $1,000 or under, it's approved. If it's over $1,000, then call me. It's passive. If any tenant call and it's a repair, anything that's under $1,000, approve it. Don't call me. Anything over $1,000, give me a buzz. That's passive. Me creating content for 4 years and saying, fuck this shit. And you watch the videos from shit that I did 2 years ago, 3 years ago, even though it don't make no money, 20 cents, it's still passive. It ain't much, but that's I'm just giving you examples of passive. There's no lifting. There's none. It's there, it's done, and it's over time. It's just making money. Making money is passive. Money sitting in a high yield savings account is not much. It's passive. Money into the S&P, SPY, VOO, a portfolio that you just don't touch, a long-term portfolio is passive. Money that you put in crypto that you're not fretting over and you're just going to leave it there over a period of time is passive. Trucking isn't passive.
do you believe that there are steps towards like not more passive but less intensive work, basically? Because you talked about assets working for you.
Yes.
But knowledge is an asset as well. Like you have the asset of knowledge, and it's paying. As you said, you may have a bunch of investments. You may have a stock. All your investments, and that's like one of the fruits of your knowledge and your experience, right? So, I guess my question to you would be, and I know I've kept you a long time. I don't want to keep you longer than you want to be kept. But I guess my question to you would be, seeing that I'm working in the most linear way you can. I was for dollars. I think we all have the goal of, at least at some degree, kind of having a more exponential, form of revenue. Not, it don't have to be $2 million tomorrow, but we want to reach there someday. How can I take steps toward that? Is it education? Is it box trucking? Is it started a small fleet? Is it?
Ooh, bro, you're 22. Here's the harsh reality that y'all niggas hate when I tell you.
46. I'm trying to tap into that.
Hey, but bro,
difference.
listen. This is 46 years of wisdom. I didn't know at 22 what I know at 46, bro.
Yeah.
So you learn as you live. You ain't gonna know everything at 22, bro. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. You gotta work for money so that money can work for you. You gotta get the money, bro. You gotta get the money so that the money can work for you. You gotta make enough money. And as you're making the money, invest into things simultaneously, creating other vehicles to work, right? Those investments are working for you, right? To get to where you want to get to. You know what that takes, sir? The same thing that wisdom takes to get time. And this is where y'all hate. All you niggas that watch the show, the little niggas that's in the Discord, y'all just don't want y'all time, bro. I can't. That's not something that you control. It's not like it takes time.
128. 128.
So
128.
So
yeah.
And I don't know why y'all want to rush it. So yes, there's some exceptions. There's some anomalies. There's some Kais and Knots. There's some ISO Speeds. There's some Aiden Rosses. There's some Dean the Greats. All these little niggas that I see pop up on my thing. But those are what you call early adopters. And like I told you earlier, I said you should be thinking outside the box and you should be broadening your horizons. I said you should be looking for a void. Right? That's I'm without saying it, I'm telling you to do exactly what they did. Be an early adopter. Find a void in the market. Instead of following the trends, create the trend. Be the trendsetter. Stop following the same old song and dance. It's just like being a hood dude and coming across some money or investing some of your money from the street into the same shit. You got 100 barbershops on 87th Street, 79th Street, and beauty salons. There's a car wash around the corner. Every motherfucker that gets some money in the hood, the first thing they think, barbershop, beauty salon, car wash, chicken shack. Club promoter. Oh, I'm going to open me a sports bar. Same shit. Guess what? Everything, the club got a short, here in Chicago, 6 to 12 months lifespan. Beauty shop, barber salon, don't nobody go there no more. Every barber and beauty fucking hair person I do work got a job. That ain't generating enough money no more just doing heads. Because it's over. Think outside the box.
Think outside the box. What's like going on?
So what you thinking that this shit is, it's not. This shit is a lot of work. And then anything, over the road, final mile, household goods moving. Shit a lot of work. And if you're not willing to get out here and get to it and do it and understand it, if you thinking you gonna build passive income in one box truck, like you think, it's not what it is, pimp. It's not passive. And what you expecting to do as far as like money and making money and shit like that take time. You got 50,000. That's good for your age. But I'm gonna be honest with you, pimp, and don't take this the wrong way. That ain't shit.
No, I'm hearing you. Just looking at the.
You know why? Because depending on where you live at, that could just be your rent for the year.
Yeah.
That could be your mortgage for the year. That could be a combination of that, maybe fuel, groceries, utilities. So you still got to live. The money got to make money, and you still got to live. Like, to live and not do nothing. And see, this is what I'm saying. Y'all be fooled by niggas. A nigga sit in a box truck and tell you to click a link. I'm going to tell you how to get rich in box trucking. Y'all will believe that nigga. A nigga that's been sitting at the crib 4 years. Nigga, Floyd Mayweather done had to go back to work. Floyd Mayweather done went back to work.
I saw that in your live
So the
stream
point
yesterday.
is, y'all don't know real bread when y'all see it. Nigga, to do what you want to do, it takes time. It takes patience. It takes discipline. You could have a bag of money over here that's working, and you got to have the discipline to not touch it. I just,
I feel like I have the discipline. I just don't have the direction. I
well, I
agree with
didn't
that.
give you some game, pimp. I didn't give you game for.
You did.
So I didn't give you more time than I'm gonna be honest with you. And I feel like the time I didn't gave you, I think you said some things that just align with most people I talk to that are your age.
No man, you gonna see. You just make an investment. You don't know about it, but you just make an investment. You gonna see. You gonna get some dividends probably.
You said what?
I say you just made an investment with your knowledge. You gonna get some dividends probably. You know. Don't give up on it yet. So I'll take a couple years. I'm not sure.
Bro, you got a lot to learn, bro.
Yeah, I know.
So at this point, I don't even know what that meant. What you just said, bro. That I don't even understand that. I don't even get that.
You said that we spent a lot of time communicating, and then you said something like I said a lot of things that you felt like I aligned with a lot of people my age, which was a negative. Basically, it to me indicated that you were like, it's kind of a waste of time.
No, it's not a waste of time. You just, you got to understand. Like, I'll give you the time and I'll talk to you, but if I see that it's not resonating, then I have to move along.
Yeah, and I was like,
admitted
wait.
You said, man, Mark, how can you not be influenced by social media? I've come to the conclusion based off your words, your verbiage, things that you said is you're looking at box trucking as passive income. And just some other things, bro, like a lack of patience, a lack of time. I gave you credit where credit was due. I said you were very well spoken. You're very articulate. You have a hell of a work ethic. You're very disciplined. If you take the discipline and the work ethic that you have doing what you're doing, and apply it in maybe something else, because clearly you like DoorDash, but it's not enough for you to stop DoorDashing to come over here. You want to do the box truck, but you're looking at the box truck as passive income. To be honest with you, the DoorDashing is passive income. It's just you're really, really good at it. DoorDash is passive. That should be looked at as passive. The box truck should be the thing that is a foundational thing, right? But unfortunately, your situation, you're really successful, make a lot of money in DoorDashing. So it's kind of like the reverse. You're not willing to put the time in to the box truck. And I get it based on your situation. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is what you're thinking a box truck is passive income. Every week I can get this. That's not what it is. By far, no stretch of the imagination is that what it is. The way you're going, if you were to enter with that business model, you'd fail. And there go what I didn't want to tell you. If you enter into the box truck business with that business model, you'll 100% fail. Driver going to quit on you. He's going to abandon the truck. I know it's going to be very difficult for you to keep drivers because it just is. The margins are very small. You're looking to make money out of the truck simultaneous with the driver, and the business still has the cash flow. It's not going to be that much for you, if any, to begin with. You're probably going to rob from the sustainability of business. Things are going to happen like I discussed earlier. I'm not going to reiterate some of these things that happen with trucks over the road. And that's going to be that.
Yeah, I definitely have to go back to the drawing board. But I have 6 months before I even could enter if I wanted to. So I definitely have time. If I'm diligent, I have time to sharpen my sword a little bit. So yeah.
Cool, 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 cool. Cool, 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 cool. All right. Well, I wish you the best of luck, man.
All right, thanks, Mark. I appreciate the time, and I can definitely listen to it again and take some notes.
All right, bro. Be safe. Man, whoever this 954 is, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to call, and I'm only going to give you 15 minutes. I can only give you 15 minutes, but I am going to give you 2 minutes to call in. And if you don't call in 2 minutes, I'm gone. And when you do call in, I'm going to be honest with you. Unfortunately, I can only give you 15 minutes. So if you want the 15 minutes, you can have them. Damn. Yo.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, Mark. I kind of hear you know. I kind of interested in a way, in a way, view, you know, more some idea towards the business. You know?
I can't understand what you're saying, man.
I'm saying, I see you giving some word of advice, and I like it, you know, because I'm planning to get in the business, so I think your advice would do a lot to me, you know.
Okay, I can give you 15 minutes, bro, and I got to get out of here, bro.
Okay, thanks for that, man.
15 minutes, bro. So tell me what you got so we can get to it. I'm setting.
All right,
time.
Mark. All right, me already. I'm just getting started. I don't really have a truck as yet, but I create like my business license. I'm about to go get my business account and I create my LLC and all of those stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But I was just thinking, like, you know, I'm gonna look the truck, but my next thing, like insurance. I'm trying to find like where is the best place to go get a good insurance. It's a box truck I'm trying to get to, you know.
So if you look in the description below and you see this little logo on the screen,
yes, sir.
Log Rock. There's a link in the description below this live stream where you can click that link and they'll give you a quote for your insurance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I'm in the Florida side too, you know. What do you think about the truck business on the Florida side?
What do I think about it?
Yeah.
What are you trying to do? Local work or over the road?
Man, I just want to work, Mark. To be honest, I just want to work. I think I love this, and this is what I want to do. So I have no problem going over the road because I usually drive long distance before, so I have no problem. But wherever is the best feel, that's where I want to be.
I think it's tough. I think it's rewarding. I think it's hard.
Yeah.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
It's what you make it out to be, based on how you go about it.
Where you put in or where you get out. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So this kind of what that's kind of up to you. It ain't gonna be easy. I can tell you that. It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I know that.
It's gonna be trying. It's gonna be challenging. So.
Yeah. Well, life overall come with a lot of challenge, and life itself not easy. So, and I look for investing in something easy, you know. You know, I'm a person who like hard work, you know. I rather do the hard work. Mm-hmm. Once it pay, yeah. You know?
Yeah. I mean, so if this is what you want to do, go for it. Just, you know, just understand what you're investing into. That's all.
Okay. I love that. So I just said I can click the link below and I will get to find out about the insurance, right?
Yep, there's a link in the description right below this video. Let's just say it's sponsored by Log Rock or something like that. And you just click on that, and or there's a number there too. So you could either click the link, fill out the form, or you could just call the number.
Okay. All right, Mark. Give us thanks, man. And when you tune in, I listen to you more and more. I learn more, you know?
Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. And I like the way you talk, you know, for real. I appreciate you giving me your time and everything, you know? Blessings to that, all right?
All right, man. You be safe.
All right, man.
All right, later.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. This has been a wrap for the week. So I guess we're gonna continue to do the box truck shit. Seem like the little month or whatever I've been, maybe 2 months since I really like focus on this type of content and take calls on this shit. We'll see how it goes, but I'm telling you guys, like, bro, this shit is like, y'all thinking this shit is just easy sitting up here. It's not, bro. This shit ain't easy. You know, it's not easy, bro. It's like me versus social media influence, and if you're smart enough, you know social media influence for the most part, it doesn't influence people in the right direction. It influences them in the wrong direction, or there's trends and shit that people follow, and it all leads back to the same thing: instant gratification and shit like that. So trying to break through to people and break that mindset and get them to understand this shit ain't as sweet as they think. That's the shit that gives me the headache, bro. And that's why I had to take a break from this shit. And here we are today. You know, now it'd be different. Listen, if it was a bag associated with it, it'd be a little different. But the only incentive that I have is the success of the individuals who are getting the information, right? And when I'm not being compensated with a mass majority of people doing what's in their best interest, it's just not. Like, I want to hear some stories, some positive. Mark, I listened to you, man. I didn't do like them. I took what you said, and I didn't just do it. I took it and I validated the information by doing the research based off the information you told me, and it checked out. So I applied it, and man, this is where I'm at with it right now. Man, appreciate you, big dog. Next time I'm riding through Chicago, man, I'm gonna look you up, man. I heard you like that Cajun ribeye. Mornings on me. You dig what I'm saying? That's what I want to hear, but no. All I hear is, man, Mark, I should have listened to you, man. Yeah, that shit disappointing, bro. Shout out to Jay Alexander in the building. What's going on, pimp? All right. So, all right, y'all. Been a long one. Hope y'all enjoy y'all weekend, man. Make sure y'all be safe out here over the weekend, man. I'm out. Peace.